Here we go. Hey, welcome in, folks. This is the 461st episode of the Dean Wither Show for everybody who's tuning in on this great afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate y'all so much for giving us some of the time out of your day. It's good to see you all. Make sure that you're saying what's good down below in that comment section. We literally just started the stream for the day. Once again, if we have any first timers that happen to be tuning in today, well, you are in for a treat. Today, as always, we will be talking to Trump supporters, trying to change their mind on why the hell they still support Trump as president. Why do we do this? Because I happen to think that Trump is the very worst president of your life, regardless if you're 1880 or 8. He absolutely fucking sucks. Now, we already do have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected. Their name is John the Pizza Guy, and they're a weirdo. We'll probably touch on the reasons once again here in a moment for all the viewers on YouTube that didn't get a chance to see them. But before we do that, we always like to go through breaking news. Donald Trump made a very weird joke about having a threesome with his sons. You heard me right. He made a weird joke about having a threesome with his sons. I usually add commentary on top of the breaking news, especially when I want to show you an image or show you a video clip. I'm actually not going to do that today because I'm kind of failing to come up with ways to describe this clip. I'm just going to show it to you. Take a look.
Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay? I'll pick out one of the two. I'll give them the...
And this is not the first time that he's made weird sex jokes about his children. This man has been making weird sex jokes about his children for years, dating all the way back to when he said that he would have sex in common with his daughter, or that he would be dating his daughter given that she wasn't his daughter, or when he agreed with Howard Stern calling his daughter a hot piece of ass. And now he's making jokes about having 3 sons with his sons. You just can't make this shit up, bro. It's weird. It's really weird. He's a weird guy. He's a weird, twisted, slimy little fuck, dude. What a weirdo. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat Saturn. That's the very first dono of the day. I appreciate you. Shout out Saturn. We're going to go ahead and hop into that first debate. Like I said, we already do have the very first Republican tuned into the live stream. They're a little bit of a weirdo. I'm going to quickly show all the members of the audience who haven't seen this yet. I want to show you guys this person's account again. Their name is John the Pizza Man, and every single day they upload very weird AI slop of my friend Parker, who does streams very similar to myself, such as Trump shoving him in a locker, such as Parker being a pig getting watered by Trump, such as Hillary Clinton working on his teeth, such as Parker being a baby in the hands of Trump, such as Parker being a baby being fed mac and cheese by Trump and JD Vance.
Hey, don't forget to brush your...
Every single day. So I think this is going to be a very peculiar conversation with a very peculiar individual. And because we showed that, we actually got a flag for AI generated content on TikTok. That's funny. Yeah, bro, go ahead and take it away and tell us why the hell you support Trump as president.
Okay, so let's start with abortion. I feel that Democrats, I don't like the sense in abortion.
Okay.
They like leading kids into sin with LGBTQ. And I like how Trump is going to bring like the K cars.
Star, thank you so much for the galaxy. Wow, we have so much to go over here. Let's go over that second claim about leading kids into sin. So you think that we could influence people to be gay?
Influence people, yes.
That claim is false. There's science that demonstrates biological predispositions for being gay, such as the fact that gay men have a larger anterior commissure on average compared to straight men, which is the nerve lining between the two hemispheres of your brains, varying levels of particular neurohormones, such as FSH, different dendritic densities in the AI-NEH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, or even different associations along the genetic code, such as those in which we observe in the XQ23 chromosome. So because of these natural biological predispositions that drive people to be gay, your claim that we could socially influence people into being gay is definitely false.
No, but the Bible says that it's against that. I think it's 1 Corinthians 6:9.
Whoa, you're not giving me an argument that being gay is wrong yet. You're giving me an argument that we could socially influence other people into being gay. Those two claims are distinct from one another. I just gave you science in which demonstrates that we cannot socially influence an individual into being gay.
Well, the Bible is higher than science, in my opinion.
but you're not giving me a claim in the Bible that contradicts the science. You attempted to give me a claim from the Bible that it's wrong to be gay. The statement that it's wrong to be gay is different than the statement we could socially influence people to be gay.
Well, it's kind of both.
Okay, and we're just going to start off with a claim that you could socially influence people into being gay. And I think that claim is false. I just gave you science to refute it.
So y'all, first of all, I've seen many things in the libraries of children. I've seen this LGBTQ related ideologies pushed on the children. Do you know,
counter argument to the science that I gave you to demonstrate that we cannot socially influence people into being gay because they're biological predispositions that drive people's sexual orientations. Not to mention conversion therapies have consistently failed since the implementation of them in America. Marie, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. The largest conversion therapy, which was a business that hinged on your claim being true that we could influence people from being gay to being straight or from being straight to being gay. It was called Exodus International, and they actually shut their doors in 2010. And the quote-unquote ex-gay man founder of Exodus International ended up saying that he was still gay and it was all bullshit. He was doing it for money and that he apologizes for his crimes against humanity. But the point is I want you to respond to the science that I gave you to demonstrate that we cannot socially influence people into possessing same-gendered attractions.
So you want an argument of why that? Can you shorten that for me, please? I have a bad comprehension of ADHD.
I've already said this multiple times.
I have ADHD. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll say it one last time. The science and the empirical outcomes of conversion therapy proves that we cannot socially influence people's sexual orientations. We cannot socially influence straight people to be gay, and we cannot socially influence gay people to be straight.
What about the LGBTQ being pushed on the kids? What with that? That's doing it right there.
Kenzie, thank you so much for the Galaxy. No, you're claiming that it's doing it. And I'm showing you that your claim is wrong by the science that proves that we literally can't do it because being gay is driven by biological predispositions.
Okay, I'll concede at that point. I'll concede there, but what about the trans
we literally can't talk about gay people on TikTok, by the way. We literally can't talk about gay people on TikTok. I want to show you all the restriction that I just got on the live stream.
Then.
I want to show you guys that we have to end the live stream here soon. We won't do it right now. We literally can't talk about gay people on TikTok. By the way, did you guys just hear my last argument? All that I was saying is that we can't socially influence people from being gay to being straight. I was just like advocating and like sharing the science about the facts that underpin the nature of our sexual orientations and the fact that they're not something that we could change. That is social advocacy. That is good social advocacy that is very needed. Look at this, bro. Live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some people may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, harassment, and bullying. TikTok thinks that it is uncomfortable to talk about how being gay is not a choice. TikTok says that it is wrong to have discourse surrounding the fact that there are natural biological preconditions that drive individuals' sexual orientations. TikTok will literally silence and reduce the spread of the stream when we have those conversations. We're already down 5K viewers in 3 seconds just because I spent 30 seconds talking about how it's not a choice to be gay. TikTok has a massive issue with that. It is legitimately insane. Ciara, I really appreciate you so much for the Galaxy. That's very kind of you. They straight up silence the voices of advocates for the LGBTQ plus communities. They don't let you advocate for the LGBTQ plus community. They say, oh, are you going against the status quo that we uphold? Or are you advocating for the normalization and social acceptance of gay people? Well, we are going to explicitly silence you. We're going to explicitly reduce the outreach of your stream. It's actually insanity. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
You're under the age of 18. We're going to go to get that next guest up here. By the way, everybody, I don't know. I saw somebody in the comment section make a comment about it, saying that maybe I'm in a little bit of a bad mood right now. Maybe I am. My stomach was hurting pretty bad when I first went live. It's starting to feel a little bit better now, but I don't know. Maybe that put me in a bad mood. But that restriction especially puts me in a bad mood. I just think that's so ridiculous, man. I just can't advocate for the LGBTQ plus community on this platform. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm not 18. I'm just wasting your time.
All right, I'm going to ban you. So, yeah, folks, we're already down 7,000 viewers because I said that it's not a choice to be gay. We're down 7,000 viewers because of that, everyone. It's insanity. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
February 4th.
Okay, Bo. Oh, we're down 7.5 thousand viewers because I said it's not wrong to be gay. Why don't you go to take it away? Tell us why you support Trump, Bo.
So for your argument against gay people...
Nah, bro, we can't talk about that here, dude.
Can't talk about it.
Why do you support Trump?
Okay. Not abortion. No abortion. I don't like abortion.
Okay, so you support Trump because you think that he saved an innocent human life?
Yep.
So if Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human life than Trump, even in consideration of abortion, would you argue in retrospect that you should have supported her?
Nope.
Okay. Thanks for admitting that you're a hypocrite. Yeah, you're such a fucking hypocrite because you're arguing that because Donald Trump saves the most innocent human lives possible, you therefore support him. But even if Kamala Harris were to have saved more innocent human lives than Donald Trump, you wouldn't have supported him.
Can you hit the anxiety pin?
Can you hit the classrooms first? Can you hit the education first?
Can you hit the anxiety pin real quick, bro?
Yeah, bro, after you hit the classrooms.
No. Anxiety pin first.
All right, bro. These Trump supporters are actually like low IQ idiots. Literal droids, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream only up inside of the queue. If you do happen to be MAGA, I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could try to follow the rules of the live. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Lauren loading up in. Here we go, everyone. Emmy, appreciate you for that galaxy. Thank you for the love and support. Let's go to get the next guest connected, everyone. Here we go. Here we go, everyone. Here we go. Hopefully that restriction will be off the stream soon, and then we'll be back to climbing viewers. Honestly, I think that we should do something about that. I think that we should like socially protest TikTok for silencing people from advocating for members of the LGBTQ+ community. I think that like something needs to be said about that. I think that something needs to be done about that. It's honestly ridiculous. And it's so crazy that people on TikTok have been putting up with that for so long. Like, just letting you guys know, this is not a new issue. This is a very old issue. This issue has been happening for years. On my TikTok account, you could find a post from me talking about this in like 2024. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How do you?
Hello?
Hi,
oh
how
my
do
God,
you?
my phone's fucking glitching, bro.
We could hear y'all, right? As long as
Why
you can hear
is
me.
it glitching? Okay, hold on. I can hear you now. Hold on. Okay, I'm 20 years old and I'm from Alabama, and my birthday is September 16th, 2005. So.
Okay. Alrighty. Hey, well, listen. I'm gonna take a moment here. I'm gonna thank a couple people for their donations, and then I'm gonna pass that mic off to you. Sounds good?
All right, thank you very much.
Kendall, thank you for the $5. Who says, Dean, your live says something about AI generated content. Thought I'd let you know. No, don't worry. I see that too. It's actually gone now. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Michael, for the $10. I appreciate you. I did see that, Michael. We'll be talking about that today. That made me very emotional when I saw that. What a brave man. Then Emma, thank you for the $1. And Reagan, thank you so much for the $5. We are all caught up on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for the love. Please do show some love to the donors over on Venmo. On PayPal, thank you so much, SJ, for the $35 donation. Who says, forgot to donate yesterday. Much love. Much love to yourself, SJ. You know I love you. Thank you for the $35. That is beyond kind of you. I hope that you have a good day today and you enjoy the debates. Show some love to SJ down below in that comment section. Same thing to you, Lucy. Thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Who says, first time live at work. I always listen to your VODs. You help me out with not going insane. ADHD goes brr. Well, I'm happy that the lives help you not go insane. We love that. That's awesome. Show some love to them down below, as well as JC. Thank you for the $10. With all that being said, we're caught up in the mic is the guest. Why don't you go to take it away and explain to us all why you support Trump as president?
All right. Well, okay. So I think that a lot of these men out here, they talk about abortion and they don't make no sense. It's like, okay, yes, I support Trump. And my answer to the question you posed about innocent lives is that, well, whose lives are we talking about now? Whose lives? Who are we talking about?
So you're just kind of telling me that you're really confused?
No, I'm not telling you I'm confused. I'm asking you.
Because I kind of think that's like something with the Republican Party, particularly with Trump supporters. You guys just randomly get really confused with really simple concepts. It happens all the time.
Okay, no, I don't think I'm the one here that's confused, Dean. I think what's happening here is that most of these men don't understand that I'm only pro-abortion because I think I'm anti-Mao, okay? I think we should just abort all the men babies.
Okay, you're trolling. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could please follow the rules of the live stream and only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be here for a debate. Please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest connected. If this is a troll, man, I swear to God, bro. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Briley, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. That is BRYLEE with the $20 who says, got paid, so so do you. Well, I appreciate you, Briley. You're awesome. Show some love to Briley down below in the comment section for the, let's see here, $20 donation. You are so cool. Appreciate you, Briley. Big ups to Briley down below. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
We are teen with.
We got Eli K23 connecting to the box. Here we go, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. By the way, we're down nearly 10,000 viewers because we decided to defend gay people. I just want to call that one out. Isn't that crazy? Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say something. Can I say a couple things to you real quick?
I'm sorry, man. You got to answer the question first.
No, I don't. No.
Hope you have a good rest of your day, Eli. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of that box if you do happen to be here for a debate. We got Catherine Hunter loading up. Alan, thank you for the 10 euros over on Super Chat. And Lord T, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you guys. As well as Lord T, thank you for the information on Iran. And Alan, I appreciate you for kind words. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Catherine?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008, January 24.
And why do you support the very worst president of your life?
I don't want to say he's the worst president because, Biden has done some questionable things. But I believe that
Biden was infinitely better than Trump. Biden is probably the best president in modern American history.
You must be joking.
No, not at all.
Anyway, so I agree with all the Trump's policies. If you want to talk about abortion, we can.
You agree with every single one of Trump's policies?
Yeah.
So you agree with the policy that made your gas prices increase the most that they have in a month since the Vietnam War?
They're going to go down.
Oh, okay. But they still went up. And I'm just asking you if you agree with the policy that caused them to go up, even if in the future they're going to come down.
I mean, what comes up must go down.
You understand that literally every single period of economic recess, including the Great Depression that we've had in this country, has always resolved itself in the future. So would you argue if a sole president was responsible for the Great Depression that you would have supported them as president because what goes down must come up?
I mean, I don't want to say that I do, but I just want to say that I support Trump because he's a beautiful man, and that's really it, basically.
Because he's beautiful?
Yeah.
But do you mean
we
like
need more strong alpha males in this country, like Donald J.
All right, yeah, listen, hey guys, when you weren't trolling me yesterday during the beginning of the live stream, I was able to change quite a few minds. And see, the thing is when you troll me, it completely takes our ability away to change any minds, okay? Because then we're not actually debating a Trump supporter. We're not actually having a cohesive, productive line of argumentation. And I would really appreciate it so much if you guys could just allow me to please try to change the minds of Trump supporters, please, and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be here for a debate. All right, here we go, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected because clearly this person is not loading in. Let's go to get the next guest connected because clearly this person is not loading in. Let's go to get the next guest spam connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you, everybody. I'd appreciate it so much if you'd follow those rules. Spam, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Spam's not here either, so we're going to disconnect Spam. I do apologize that it is taking a while to find somebody to debate, everyone. I think a big reason why it's taken a long time to find somebody to debate is because we just got a lot of people trolling. Guys, we've been live for 30 minutes, and we really haven't been able to have like a singular debate because of this. I would appreciate it so much if you would just allow me to stick to the debates and follow the rules that are in the middle of the phone screen. We do this for a reason. We do this to change minds, and I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys would just allow me to do that, as I say every day. Super Blatt, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
You came up here 2 days ago trolling. You're banned. Jennifer, do you support Trump? Okay, it doesn't look like Jennifer's loading in, so we're gonna go to get another couple people up here. Hey, Casper, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
What time is it?
I'm not in the US right now. I'm
The second rule says to be an American. Harvey, do you support Trump?
Hi, dude.
We're gonna go get the next guest connected. Do you support Trump, VNM?
Yes.
How old are you?
6'7". I'm a new libertarian phalanxist.
We got the next guest, Phoenix King, loading up inside of the box. Only up inside of the queue if you are to debate, everyone. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Here we go. Olivia, I appreciate you so much for the $15 donation of Vimo. Says keep up the work. Much love. Well, I appreciate you, Olivia. That is very kind of you. Thanks for supporting me and what we do here. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Olivia that go down below. Secretly an alien, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, you're under the age of 18, so we're going to ban you. AKI Rants is not loaded in yet. Once they do load in, we'll ask them the question they actually left. Pygmy Dean, do you support Trump?
Suck you faggot ass nigga.
We're going to go to get the next guest, Elfire, connected. We also have another couple people loading in. Elfire, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
My dad supports Trump. He's like a diehard Trump.
Are you asking me to debate your dad? Like, is he with you?
Yes, please.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay. Did you already ask your dad if he'd be down to debate?
Yes, I have. He is down, yes.
Okay, yeah, feel free to put him on.
Alright, he's in the garage real quick.
Okay,
but
that's
then
fine.
again, he might change his mind too because he doesn't like liberals. And I on one of my other accounts, I did message you yesterday. Sorry, I'm all over the place.
Let's go ask that dad. Let's
Okay.
see if we can get that dad to debate.
Okay, if he does, he is racist. I'm gonna let you know that he may say something.
A lot of Trump supporters are racist. Let's go put him on.
Okay, give me like 2 seconds.
I would say chances are she actually didn't ask her dad, so that's what she's gonna go do now. That's fine. I do like the children ask the parents first. I do like the children ask the parents first because I don't want to like coerce them into a debate. I don't want to like throw them into a conversation that they don't want to be in. So if you do have like parents or family members that are MAGA, I'm definitely down to debate them on your account. You just have to be at minimum 16 years old. And you also have to like get their approval first. You got to get their approval first. Well, she's away. Maybe she even will come back. I think that she could have just been lying to us. Ethan, do you support Trump?
I got a question. Sure. I got a question for you. Have you ever lost a debate that you will willingly say you did?
I feel like I should say yes because after doing so many debates, you just naturally expect to lose a couple. But my honest answer is no.
Really? So you don't think you've, after over 300 days, you've lost one single debate? Like, genuinely?
Like I feel like I should want to say yes, you know, to be humble and say, oh, you know, sometimes you don't win. But it's just like I can't really point towards a debate that I definitively lost from my perspective. I can't. Maybe I'm just super biased on the subject matter. I don't know, but I just don't think I could.
Nah, I get it. These Republicans are low-key kind of bums.
All right, both of them are trolling. Let's go to get back into those debates. Please only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a conversation. I'd really appreciate it so much if you'd follow those rules. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Life is complicated?
Yes, I do.
Age, please.
I'm 18, May 29th, 2008.
Yeah, that lines up with the University of Delaware graduating class of 2030 in your bio. I believe you. Even though you sound quite young. Lucy, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Thank you.
That was kind of mean.
Okay, she just left. Lucy with the $10 says, today I saw one of your older VODs, some leftists hating on you, on what you're doing. As a commie, I don't understand that. It's easier to talk with people like you than MAGA, which want every lefty dead. I appreciate you so much for the $10. I appreciate you, Lucy. Yeah, listen. I also don't really understand that, but you know, it is what it is. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue. If you are here for a debate, I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules. We've been live for half an hour and still haven't really had a conversation. Sierra, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Hey, Kevin. I had you on last night, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm definitely down to continue that dialogue. You kind of got cheated out of a conversation. Just give me one moment to thank a couple people here, then I'll pass you that mic. Olivia, thank you so much. I actually already did thank you. Michael, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. He says, why don't conservatives and right-wingers like people with tattoos or piercings? Because it's just a traditional thing to not have tattoos or piercings, but I'd say that's changing. Shannon, thank you for the $75. She says, just cuz. I appreciate you so much for that love, Shannon. That is very, very kind of you. Let's get 750 Shannon W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so very much for that love. That is outrageous. That is so much fucking money. Thank you, Shannon. Everybody watching, please show some massive love to the absolute goat of the hour, Shannon, down below in that comment section. Genuinely, thank you so fucking much. You are the all-time goat. Wow, holy shit, $75, man. Holy. As well as on PayPal, Jana, Jana, thank you for the $15. She says, thank you for being on the side of equality and showing up even when you don't feel like it. Well, I try my best, Jana. Thank you for the 15. And then same thing to you, Ellen. Thank you for the $15. And by the way, Ellen, it's good to see you. Emerald, thank you for the $15, who asked me not to read their message out loud, so I will keep it to myself. But just know that I appreciate you, and I appreciate your kind words as well. Show some love to all those donors. Go ahead and take it away, dude. Tell us why you support Trump, Kev.
Why I support Trump, right?
Yeah.
Because border security.
Okay, well, I actually don't think that he's really done anything for border security so far in his second administration.
The max encounters that were in the previous administration was 250,000. Now it's around 10,000 a month. So like down 90%.
Okay. Well, an encounter is when they come across somebody at the southern border and then they turn them away. That's what an encounter is. So encounters being higher is actually a better thing for border security compared to encounters being lower.
I don't
so you
think
can't
so.
say
You know
that
why?
because encounters are lower that necessarily therefore border security is tighter.
I don't think so. You know why?
Why?
Because that just means less people are trying to come in.
That's something else that it could also mean, is that less people are trying to come in. And that's actually what I think it does mean. But the reason why less people are trying to come in is not because of Trump's border policy, but rather because Donald Trump is abusing the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the immigrants who are already here, scaring away new entry. And I just don't think that the means justify the ends. I don't think that we could justifiably infringe on the human rights of people like you and I just to like further reduce undocumented border entry. That's pretty like dystopian. That's definitely authoritarian. And that's never policy that I'd put my support behind.
Well, that overall still means that the border is more secure.
Yeah, but what we'd say is that the means don't justify the ends.
So you concede?
I don't concede that this is a good reason to support Trump. In fact, this is a particularly bad
No, that
reason
the
to
borders
support
are more
Trump.
secure.
No, I don't concede that this means that the borders are more secure.
Why not? There's more agents, there's more National Guards, more technology, more
The
everything.
conversation that we just had was about Donald Trump scaring entry away by infringing on the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the immigrants who are already here. Making people scared to enter doesn't mean that the security.
No, I wasn't
of
saying that.
the
I was
entry
talking about
is any better
overall
or any
security.
worse.
I was just talking about overall security.
So then you're not responding to the last thing I said. So please respond to the last thing I said about the
What'd you
reason
say?
why they're... Dude, you really got to listen, Kevin. This goes for you. This also goes for every Trump supporter that I talk to. You guys have a big comprehension issue where it's like I have to repeat myself 5 times in order for you to pick up what I'm putting down. Listen, I'm gonna go into caveman Dean mode here, okay? Okay, Kev?
Yeah.
You say undocumented entry down. Dean agree. But Dean say undocumented entry down because Trump violating the rights of undocumented immigrant who already here. And that scare new undocumented immigrant away. And the means don't justify the ends.
So Dean does agree that overall, yeah, Dean agrees that the border is more secure.
Dean also already respond to this. Scaring new entry away not mean that entry more secure. Just mean that less people want to try to enter.
Which means the border is more secure.
No.
More
not mean-
agents,
do
better
not-
technology.
The point that you just tried to use to justify that border more secure is the point that less people want to enter. But once I
200
describe to you how that doesn't make border more secure, then you say border more secure not because of the last point that you just made, Dean, but rather because of more agents. Okay, then respond to what I said, because it was not about more agents. The point that I made was that less people want to enter because of human, constitutional, and natural rights violations. Please respond to that. Do you agree with the Trump administration reducing undocumented entry by infringing on the human, constitutional, and natural rights of the undocumented immigrants who are already here?
No.
Okay, so then you disagree with the mechanisms used by the Trump administration to reduce undocumented entry.
Nope. That's not the only mechanism, though.
That
And you
is
don't
the mechanism.
you don't have any proof that it is.
Yes, the evidence that is a fact that not only is undocumented entry going down, but legal immigration is going down, tourism is going down, travel for business and travel for leisure are going down. Plus, it just kind of intuitively makes sense that when undocumented immigrants and immigrants in this country are getting illegally detained and deported with no due process in violation of their constitutional rights to a place in CICOT in El Salvador, where they're literally being tortured, brutalized, and starved, and citizens are being executed / murdered in broad daylight in the defense of the rights of immigrants, that clearly that's going to scare away new entry from immigrants.
Well, you could say it worked.
Yeah, it was very successful at scaring away new entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's a good thing, right? Because the means don't justify the ends.
Not necessarily.
So you think that the means do justify the ends?
No.
Okay, then you agree with me that it's a bad thing.
Using scare tactics?
Infringing on people's human rights to reduce undocumented entry is a bad thing. That's a claim that I'm making, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, then you disagree with the approach of the Trump administration.
Hey, but
used
then
to
you're
reduce
also
undocumented entry.
You think that's the only reason why the encounters are going down, not from the increase of agents, 50% increase in
increasing
National
agents.
Guards.
Increasing agents, you would actually naturally expect that to lead to an increase of encounters. If you have one agent at the border, you're obviously going to have less encounters made with undocumented immigrants than you would if you had 500,000 agents at the borders. Because if you had 500,000 agents at the border compared to one agent at the border, you're going to naturally have more resources to make more encounters. So yeah, I do think that's the only reason why encounters have gone down.
So you think just because of that, it went down from all-time highs in the last administration to 10,000. So
Yeah.
250,000 in 1 month from 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's the only reason?
Yep.
Not more agents, not more National Guards.
Can you
just
please
that.
repeat the argument that I just gave you to demonstrate how more agents being at the border would not reduce encounters?
It would.
Can you repeat the argument that I just gave you to demonstrate otherwise, just to make sure that you're tracking what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, do it, Kevin.
5 agents would encounter more than just one.
And why is that argument false?
It's not false. It's true.
Okay, so then you accept that it's true that with more agents, we would not expect less encounters. So you can't argue that we have less encounters because we have more agents.
But again, less encounters is good.
You've already accepted that it's actually bad because of the means that the Trump administration are using to produce that outcome.
I guess.
Dude, sorry, bro. You're actually just like so low IQ, Kevin. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm talking to a rock right now, dude. Not a mean rock, but a rock.
Hey, that's a little rude, bro. Come on.
I think it's honesty. I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm gonna kick you because I don't think that. Listen, I'm gonna kick you because I don't think that you're intelligent enough to hold cohesive, productive dialogue with me. Sorry, Kevin. I just unfortunate truth nukes are necessary every so often. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Do you self-identify as being more intelligent than our last guest?
Most definitely.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006 October 15th.
Yeah, and why do you happen to support the worst president of your life?
Because he, I don't know, he normally.
Yeah, bro, just left. Damn. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Dude just like dipped. Dude just dipped. Holy. Nikki, thank you for the $2 on Venmo as well as for the kind words. I appreciate you. Sarah, thank you for the $5 as well. And Samantha, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Ashley, thank you for the $15. She says, keep it up, Dean. Also, Dean, please start a podcast. Maybe one day. I don't know. This basically is a podcast, if that makes any sense. Like, what's the difference between this and a podcast? Because it kind of is a podcast. Thanks for the $15, Ashley. Show some love to her down below. Hey, do you support Trump Flower?
Yes.
That would be a very small child. That would be a very small child. A very small child. Basically a fetus. Basically a fetus. Who put a mic in the uterus, dude? Who put a mic in the uterus? Yo, listen. That pregnant lady was just supposed to get an ultrasound. Next thing we know, there's a mic in there. And the fetus is tuning in to a Dean Withers debate stream on TikTok. Damn, bro, how'd that happen? That has to be medical misconduct. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Dude, did y'all hear that reverb in the background? That guy's gonna get his ass whipped to his parents. He's just in his room screaming his ass off so loud that you could hear the reverb in the background. That shit was echoing off his walls. Do you support Trump, Ruth? You know, actually, I remember doing some dumb shit like that when I was a kid. I remember doing some dumb shit like that when I was a kid when I was on Xbox, like playing games. Then I like joined different parties. And then I just scream as loud as I could into the mic. And then my mom or my dad would come banging on my door, screaming my name. Dean! Oh, yeah, dude, that was a really, jeez, bringing back core memories. Do you support Trump, Lila?
Yes, I do. But I just want to ask
Terrible
you.
fake Southern accent. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you heard for the debate. We got Jack loading up. Mary, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars on Super Chat, who says, hope your day is as good as this afternoon will feel in Sydney. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Mary. You know, my day's all right. You know, it's kind of getting a little bit scary out here in Colorado. We got a bunch of wildfires right now, and they're getting, like, pretty bad. Like, the sky right now is just straight smoke, and it has been for, like, a week now. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump?
I do not support Trump.
Hi, Jack. Read the middle of the phone screen next time, bro. It lays out the rules. Isabella, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Show some love to Isabella. Let's get it. Do you support Trump?
Love from Sweden, love from Sweden, love from Sweden, bro. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT, bro.
Both of them are not Trump supporters. Listen, folks, we need to have a quick conversation. I'm a debater, and that means I look for debates. It has been 46 minutes, and we've had one 10-minute debate with Kevin. But we had to kick Kevin because he was too unintelligent. We will not be able to effectively change minds if you guys continue to troll me. It is a battle that I have to fight through every day, just trying to convince you guys to allow me to do what I do. It is a battle that I have to fight through every day, just to try to convince you guys to respect my boundaries. It is a battle that I have to fight through every single day to politely request y'all to only join that queue if you happen to be following the rules. It honestly makes these streams really shitty for me. It makes them not too fun. It makes them not too productive. You know, and as I was talking about last week, it makes me reconsider the type of content that I want to make. Because, like, ultimately my goal here is just to try to change as many minds as possible and convince individuals to be progressives. That's, like, the goal, you know what I mean? But when we have, like, a bunch of trolls that then join the live stream, it makes us, like, it makes it really hard to advocate for progressive causes and change minds. So it makes me think that maybe if I were just to stop doing the live streams and refocus on long form content on YouTube and more short form content on platforms like TikTok, Instagram, so on and so forth, that we would actually just be more productive in changing minds. So that's something that I've been talking about for a while now, is possibly just stopping these daily live streams because of the level of trolls that we get. You know, and it's not like an emotional decision. It's not a brash decision being made because of anger. It's not a brash decision being made because I'm upset, because I'm taking things too seriously. but it's a very logical decision because these live streams are very quickly becoming an unproductive mechanism to change minds. So just expect me to quit these live streams if we continue to have this volume of trolls. The reason why I haven't quit these live streams yet is because I expect the volume of trolls to go down. I think that it all kind of started with those clips of people joining the live stream and singing the We Are Charlie Kirk song. When those blew up, those got millions of views. Those got millions of likes. It then caused hundreds of people to join my live stream on a daily basis and begin to troll me. I thought that after a while it would die down. It's kind of been a couple of weeks now, and it hasn't. So just to let you guys know, I fully intend to quit doing these live streams and to refocus my daily efforts on long-form YouTube content and short-form TikTok and Instagram and Facebook content if the level of trolls that these live stream gets does not go down. I fully intend to stop doing them, not because of anger, not because of my emotion, not because I'm upset, not because I need a break, but literally because if my goal is to change as many minds as possible and make as many people as possible progressive, that goal would just simply be better fulfilled by other mechanisms of content production compared to these live streams, because the trolls, in a sense, make these live streams much more difficult to be an effective vehicle of change. So just like keep that in mind when you troll, dude, you know? Let's go and get the next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that box if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Hey, do you support Trump? Lily, hello? All right, that's a troll. We're going to go get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Reese, hello? Okay, Reese just left because Reese was also a troll. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go, everyone. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Have a good one. We're just looking for some debates today. That's a troll. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up. I bet you guys can see like why I just went through how these live streams are like becoming a very ineffective vehicle for change. Toby, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Toby. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be here for a debate. We're looking to debate Trump supporters, everybody. That's what the goal of the live streams are. Hey, welcome in Flowers. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you? Flowers, how old are you?
I'm 18, sorry.
What year were you born in?
2007,
What month?
July.
Taking a look at your TikTok account, you're very clearly not 18. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Man.
XEQ, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I know I might sound young, but I can show you my ID and my face if you want me to.
How old are you?
I am over 18. I am 20.
What are your
I was
pronouns?
born on August 2005.
Okay, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay. Are you cis?
Yes.
Don't believe you, bro. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Please do follow the rules. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Nicholas?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah. How old are you?
I'm 21 years old. I was born November 2004.
Okay. Why do you happen to support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Well, I like what he's doing with like getting the Epstein files out, getting the people who were like involved with that and in trouble.
You know what? It's been kind of annoying going through the trolls, but I appreciate you for giving me.
Listen, I know that
Such a great argument to respond to. Like, no, this is genuinely fun because of just how easy it is to diminish it. Do you remember when the White House labeled it as an act of hostility for members of Congress to vote for the release of the files? Do you remember when Donald Trump posted on Truth Social saying that the Epstein files are a Democratic hoax and the Republicans who are still concerned with him are idiots and we need to move away from them? Okay, well, then he just didn't release his post on Truth Social. Yeah, go online, look up Donald Trump calling the Epstein files a hoax on Truth Social. Do you remember when Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, aka Trump's puppet, delayed the swearing-in ceremony of Adelita Grhova, who had won the race in the 7th District of Arizona after pledging to be the last and final tie-breaking vote to force the release of the files? Do you remember, one moment, do you remember Donald Trump going to the 4 Republicans who placed their names on the discharge petition list for the release of the Epstein files, Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, MTG, and Thomas Massie, and fucked every single one of them over in one way or another? Fucked Lauren Boebert over by killing her clean water bill, fucked Nancy Mace over by not endorsing her, causing her to lose her election, fucked MTG over by pushing her out of politics as a whole, and fucked Thomas Massie over by labeling him the worst congressman in the history of the United States of America and putting millions of dollars behind his running mate in the primary election around a month and a half ago. The fact of the matter is, the Trump administration and the corrupt Trump DOJ did everything in their power to prevent Congress from passing legislation to force the release of the Epstein files. And even after Congress did pass legislation to force the release of the Epstein files, they did not abide by it. The legislation forced them to release every single file with limited redactions only for the names and pictures of minors and victims. They made strenuous redactions for the names and identities of co-conspirators. They redacted Donald Trump's name over 1 million times. And as of today, they still haven't explained those redactions, which is also in violation of law. And there's around 2 million files that they just haven't released in full. And after last week, we had a judge rule that they have to release those files because that's what the law says. The Trump DOJ just straight up said they were not going to do it.
Okay, hear me out on this. Yesterday, I came up in your live. I said something about Liv. It wasn't true. I said I was going to come into your Discord. It was a lie. I was mad at her because she blocked me for no reason. I just wanted to come up and say that I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to Liv. You can block me. Have a good day.
Bro, 1 second. No, I don't actually leave. Okay, that was a troll. Okay, I'm going to let you know that you are legitimately a humongous piece of shit. Like, you are a humongous piece of shit. A massive, massive piece of shit. Like, bro, I'm not going to lie. You deserve the worst, dude. I hope that your day fucking sucks. He joined this live stream yesterday and accused Liv, who I don't like. I actually don't really like her at all. But she's like an 18-year-old who joins our stream and trolls sometimes, which is why I don't like her. I think that she's severely unfunny, needs to touch grass. But he joined the live stream yesterday and accused her of like sexting minors in front of 25,000 people. You can't falsely accuse people of doing that. Like, I think that should be a crime. I think that you should be found guilty of a crime and be punished by the government for doing that. That is so bad. That is so fucking bad. It is one of the most disgusting, perverse, fucked up things that you could do to another person that is technically legal. That is really fucked up. Really fucked up. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the box if you happen to be MAGA. So fucked up, dude. Only opposite side of... Dude, man, I actually feel bad for her. I feel really bad for her. Like, imagine how you would feel if you were, like, just getting into social media. You like, garnered a little bit of a platform because... like, whatever. She garnered a little bit of a platform by trolling me. And the next thing you know, like, you're being, like, called out falsely for sexting with minors in front of an audience of like 30,000 people. Like, bro, that is so fucked up. Listen, as somebody who's like gone through controversy before, regardless if it was true or false, and just knows that the impact that could have on your mental health, like, that's so fucked up. We'll go back into the debates now. JJ, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Oh wait, that is a crime. That's libel. I said that should be a crime. No, it is. That's libel. One moment. I'm sorry. There are some defamatory statements that you can make against other individuals that you don't have to prove damages for because they're self-implied as being damaging. By the way, Liv, if you're watching right now, if you know who that is, you could hire an attorney and sue that guy. And you could win that lawsuit so fucking easily. You could win that lawsuit so fucking easily, Liv, if you happen to be listening. Usually, like, the difficult case, the difficulties of a, like, defamation or slander / libel lawsuit is proving material losses. You have to be able to demonstrate that you materially lost something, like your reputation was damaged and that caused a loss of income, or there's just some type of damage. But the thing is specifically about an allegation of being a pedophile or something like that, there are assumed damages by the law already. And he admitted that he lied. That's the other part, is proving that they lied with malicious intent or reckless disregard of fact. That's the other really big thing that makes it difficult to win a case. But because he admitted that he lied intentionally, you already have malicious intention, and you already have assumed damages. That would be the easiest lawsuit ever. Liv, if you happen to be watching, just letting you know, not legal advice, but that would be the easiest lawsuit ever. Jay, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
March 19th.
Yeah, bro. You graduate from high school in 2031. You are in 8th grade. Or possibly even younger. 7th grade. Let's go to get the next guest connected, guys. It has been an hour, and we've had 0 debates. Please go back to what I was saying earlier about considering quitting doing these live streams because they're no longer an effective mechanism for change. Okay? We are already 1/4 into the stream for the day. Like, of course, I'd consider quitting the live streams and making content with use of other means because we're already 1/4 into the stream for the day and 0 conversations. 0 mind changed in the last hour. 0 people educated in the last hour. 0 anything in the last hour. The last hour, it's just been like... The last hour, it's not even like I'm a political streamer. It's not like I'm doing anything productive in American politics. We've literally just been hanging out for the last hour. You know? And that's not the reason why... Listen, I love you guys, but the reason why I do these streams is not just to hang out with y'all. It is to actively advocate for and spread awareness about the causes politically that I agree with. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in? Hello?
2006, sorry.
What month?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I asked you what month you were born in.
September.
Why did you go on pause? I think that you went on pause to look at a calendar.
No, I'm sorry. My internet's like kind of bad right now, but I'm here.
Well, it wasn't just internet being bad because it's not like you lagged. You like actively left the TikTok app to go look at something and then come back before you answered the question that I asked you of your age.
I got a notification, dude. I mean, I'm sorry. I have like friends.
When you get notifications, it doesn't put you on pause. So therefore, I know you're lying. Therefore, I know that you did go to check a calendar. Let's gonna get that next guest up here. Yeah, therefore she definitely is lying. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys would follow the rules. Thanks, guys. Let's go to get that next guest heading connected. Please stop lying. Please stop trolling. Please stop messing with me.
Hey, Dean, how you doing?
Doing all right. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
Sort of. 19.
What year were you born in?
2007. May.
Okay. Why do you support Trump, dude?
Okay, let me walk away from my parents 1 sec. Okay, so basically, my whole family's in the oil business, right? Like, my grandpa does, like, petroleum engineering and stuff, and that's what I'm studying in school. And I feel like other, like, politicians are going to try and take that away.
Yeah, in the long term, definitely.
And I feel like... So, like, I feel like I'm progressive a lot, like, socially, but I feel like being in petroleum engineering, like, that's going to cause issues. Like,
yeah, well, I think it's fucked up of you to hold the future prospect that although in the future we will have the means available to produce better energy at a lower cost to the world in which we live in, that is also sustainable and renewable in the long term, we shouldn't do it just because your family will personally profit off of it.
Well, okay, I understand that, but I'm saying like, how is it like? How should I be able to, like, do you think it would be easy for me to like switch my career, like, because I wouldn't have a job if.
Yeah, and unfortunately, some industries come and go the more that we as a society like advance and progress. And frankly, with particular social advancements in society, some industries end up holding us back. Like, what about the wooden carriage industry before cars existed? Like wooden carriages that were built, then they were drawn by horses across town. Do you agree that those industries went underwater and those people at those industries either evolved, adapted, and started producing automobiles, or they just lost their jobs completely?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, if you were a member of a family of that owned a company that produced those wooden carriages, would you argue that you would vote against politicians that wanted to progress the automobile industry and push towards combustion engine vehicles?
Yeah. Okay.
So if it was like up to people like you that just want to vote against progression and want to keep us where we're at so you continue to profit, well, then we would still be driving around in wooden carriages pulled by horses.
Well, I agree.
So,
I'm progressive socially. I just, I feel like it's hard for me to be able to vote against my own interests instead.
Okay, so if you were alive like 200 years ago and your family did own a business that made wooden carriages that were drawn by horses, and then politicians started popping up saying that now that we have the technology to build combustion engine vehicles, we should invest in combustion engine vehicles and invest less in wooden drawn carriages. Would you argue, as a member of a family that produces wooden carriages drawn by horses, that you would vote against the politicians that want to invest less in the wooden carriages and invest more in the combustion engine vehicles?
Okay. Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah.
Would you vote against those politicians?
I would. I feel like it would be hard for me to vote for something that's going against, like, my own interests. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Okay, so if everybody adopted your mindset, we would still be riding around in wooden carriages drawn by horses. If everybody thought like you did.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, necessarily. In fact, we wouldn't even be in wooden carriages. We would just be still riding horses. Because specifically, like the industries to like prop up the wooden carriages for horses that are drawn by, like really hurt and dampened industries that specifically made like carrying packages and like particular upholstery and gear that was needed for riding a horse. Those became widely unpopular and those industries went under when the wooden carriages were developed.
I'm just fuck with you. I'm in finance. I hate big oil. Fuck Trump.
All right. We are 1 hour and 10 minutes into the stream. We've still not had a single debate. We are just going to go ahead and end the stream for the day in around 20 minutes if we don't get a debate. So, yeah. And then when we end, I'm going to put some serious consideration into just stopping the streams because I want to be productive. I want to be able to influence public policy and politics. And because of people like every single guest that we've had over the course of the last hour and 10 minutes, you guys won't let me do that. And it's funny because a lot of these people say, I'm just fucking with you. I don't support Trump. Okay. So then don't fuck with me. Because people fucking with me like that for now what has been a third of the live stream completely prevent this live stream from being used as a vehicle for change to advocate for people to be against Trump. I don't know what to do, folks. I wish that there's something else we could do besides probably stopping the live streams, just purely based on the logical decision of there being other vehicles that are better at changing minds. I don't like, unless people could just control themselves and follow the rules of the live stream, there's just really nothing else that we could do. So try a little bit. I'll try for a little bit longer.
Hello?
Age, please.
19.
Yeah, people just don't care. There's nothing I could say. There's no series of words that could ever come out of my mouth that will ever make people care. And that's why it's probably a good thing for us to just quit and use another vehicle for change. Because This vehicle for change has completely been tarnished. It has completely been tarnished. Because people don't care. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, people don't care. Which is why these live streams are, as it stands, not a productive vehicle for change. We're gonna go get the next guest connected, guys. SNX, I appreciate you for the meter shower. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Only up inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA, as I've said nearly every 20 seconds for the last hour and a half, and no one has listened. It's really demoralizing. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Shapeshifter loading up. Here we go. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Do you support Trump? Oh, I think that they just said penis and left. All right, bro. Are you MAGA? All right, bro. We're going to try to get the next guest up here, bro. Guys. Do you support Trump? Hello? Do you support Trump? Hello? All right, bro. Moving on. Do you support Trump?
We are Trump.
Eyebrow. Moving on. Only up inside of the queue of you here for debate. We gotta get the next guest connected. Kinsey, do you support Trump? Oh, Kinsey left. Eyebrow. Jimmy Neutron isn't loaded in. We got Luke loading up. Luke, do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up?
Do you support Trump?
Sure.
How old are you?
35.
The election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris. Who'd you vote for?
Harris. Probably Harris, because I'm on the fence.
All right, bro. Happy to hear that. We're looking for people that answer Trump to that question. I don't think that you did so intentionally, but if you take a look at the third rule, it says to be MAGA. We're going to go to get that next guest connected. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2008.
What month?
Yo, stop asking me these questions, bro. I'm 18. I already told you.
Answer the question. What month were you born in?
March.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me thank a couple people, and then I'll pass the mic the floor to you. Caroline, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, please just consider changing the time of your streams. I've noticed both you and Parker get less trolls later in the evening, and many Trump supporters work until 5 p.m. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Caroline. I appreciate you for the $10. Unfortunately, you just can't do that every day. Lindsay, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you. Thank you. Lindsay, I've never heard of that journalism school. I'll have to check it out. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Lindsay W's. Thank you so very much. Olivia, thank you for the $10. She says, so sorry for the trolls. Coming from a MAGA family, your work does wonders for most people. Well, it can't do wonders for most people when we're just like sitting there for like, an hour and 11 minutes now asking people if they support Trump. You know what I mean? So it's like the trolls actively prohibit that work. But I do appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words, Olivia. Same thing for you, Melanie. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. I'm not sure specifically the PSA that you're looking for, but you should roll back in the stream and see what I said about it, because I know what you're referring to. Caleb, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, two things. First, my dad is a firefighter in Idaho and is currently in Colorado fighting fires. I hope that you're well. Is he down by Colorado City with the Aspen fire? Two, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of the Trump supporters are trolls are Trump supporters, and you end up ending the lives makes it so they win. Well, I actually disagree with you. I think that a lot of the trolls are anti-Trumpers that just think it's funny when they see Mar do it. Thank you for the $20. Angelina, thank you so much for the $20 as well. It says there are not enough MAGA adults left because your debates worked. Yeah, true. Maybe just the MAGA adults are genuinely scared to debate. Thank you for the $20, Angela. Same thing to you, Kayla. Thank you for the $15. It says, I'm a Democrat in a drop red state and watching you keeps me from getting brainwashed by the white. Right. We love that, Kayla. That is one of the major reasons why I do what we do. Thank you so much for that support. Same thing to you, Abby. Thank you for the $1. Melanie, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Same thing to you, Jenna, with the $10, who says people who troll during serious streams are harmful, just like MAGA. Yeah, especially when they do it straight up for an hour and a half. Thank you, Melanie, for another $15 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the $15 as well. And then Lovey, thank you for the $10. I did not know that, so thank you for informing me. And then Miss Sydney, thank you so much for the $75 donation, who says, thank you for showing up every day. Well, Sydney, rain or shine, good health or bad health, I do try to show up every day, and we are here today. I really appreciate you so much for the $75 donation. That is genuinely so fucking kind of you, and I'm just so grateful to have you here. Please, I want y'all to show so much love to Sydney down below. That is SYDNEY. Thank you so much, Sydney. And then Sabrina, thank you for the $20 as well as the message. I appreciate you. And Alexander, thank you for the $30. I appreciate you so much, Alexander. Let's get 300 Alexander W's. We have a bit to catch up on. It was an hour of trolls, so we have an hour of donos to catch up on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alexander. And actually, with all that being said, we are caught up on Venmo. You guys have been so very kind to me. Thank you so much for the love and support. Taylor with the $10 says, Dean, I'm sorry that trolls are ruining their lives. Unfortunately, there's not much we could do, but I appreciate you for the $10, Taylor. Marina, thank you so much for the $11 as well. Listen, they're already up. They're already up, Mar. Don't worry about it. I appreciate you for the $12. Siren, thank you for the $15. She says, I have a 7-hour drive and listening to your streams was supposed to be 4 hours of my drive. Hearing you say that you're going to end the stream breaks my heart. Well, maybe not, because we just found a Trump supporter. Thank you for the $15. Thank you, Ann, for the $10 as well. And then Seth, thank you for the $25, who says, I know that it's disheartening to have so many people troll on a daily basis, but please rewatch your streams and notice just how many people you impact. Well, I appreciate you, Seth. I know that we do good when we're able to find these conversations, and hopefully we're able to find one in this guest, as well as Justin with the $10 says, I love to tear up Trump supporters. And Lucilia, thank you for the $15, who says, hey, it's good to see you today. It's good to see you today, Lucilia. And, frankly, we actually do have a couple more people to thank, but I'm going to go ahead and allow this guest a moment to speak and to tell us why they support Trump as president so they don't leave. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you're MAGA.
You done?
Yeah, for now.
Could you tell me why you don't support Trump?
Well, yeah, that question's going to take a while to answer. I think the last time somebody asked me that question and I responded by thinking of literally anything I could say, it took me 30 minutes. But I typically reduce it down to the 3 categories. I don't support him because of his character. I don't support him because of his domestic policy. And I don't support him because of his foreign policy. A couple bad highlights of his character, most notably the fact that he's a rapist that has boasted about the sexual exploitation of naked underage girls as well as women at beauty pageants that he owns, as well as his proof? The outcome of a civil court case in 2023 that determined he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers that has been upheld by the Supreme Court, alongside the audio clip of him on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005 saying that he barged into the dressing rooms of these naked women and then he looked at their incredible bodies.
No. That's not proof, bro. I don't know if you made that up or not.
Okay, I guess here's the audio clip. And while I'm playing the audio clip, I'm also going to show you the jury verdict form where he's found guilty of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers.
To do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And, of course, a verdict form is on screen as well.
Oh.
Yeah, is that proof?
Okay. I might think again about supporting Trump.
Hey, that's great, man. I'm so happy that we could change your mind.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you take care. We haven't been able to get a Trump supporter on the stream to debate in an hour and 15 minutes because of all the trolls. We finally get a Trump supporter up on the stream, and we change his mind in 3 minutes. That's what I'm talking about by me saying that I'm considering quitting the live streams because they're no longer an effective vehicle of change. We have the ability to change so many minds here. And that shit just fucking proved it. 3 minutes. But when we get an hour and 15 minutes of trolls, 0 minds changed. I really hope that it doesn't take another hour and 15 minutes to find a Trump supporter. Genuinely. Let's go to get the next guest connected. On the opposite side of the queue, if you do happen to be MAGA. Kinsey, do you support Trump?
Can I explain my situation before you kick me? Because it's like a family thing. Do you understand? I want your advice.
Here, I have a suggestion here. The code to join my Discord is literally just my name. It's Dean. There are a bunch of really great people that you could talk to in there specifically about advice concerning your family situation if it involves politics. And they're going to be able to give you more than just like one response on one live. They'll be able to actively talk to you about it as you're going through it. And that's what I'd definitely recommend to you. There's a bunch of really great, really intelligent, really smart people in there. And I'd highly recommend that you joined. It's great. Let's go to get the next guest connected, guys. Only opposite side of the queue. If you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Do follow the rules of the live. Back to catching up on a couple people over on PayPal. First and foremost, Ravy, thank you for the Galaxy. As well as Asher, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And Ernest, thank you so much for the $5 as well. I appreciate you guys. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Are you ready to take a big hit of your anxiety vape?
Let's go to get the next guest up in here since they were trolling. We got John loading in. Yo, over on Super Chat, thank you so much, KB, for the $50 on Super Chat. Thank you so much, KB. Holy fuck, that is so much money. I'm very grateful for you. KB with the 50 says, Dean, don't let these individuals unmotivate you. They're doing this on purpose so that you will quit. I've been watching you, Parker, and Santana for a long time. Each time I learn something new, turning negative into positive and stay focused. Well, ultimately, I will always do what I believe will bring about the most amount of change. And they are making the live stream as an ineffective vehicle for change. You know what I mean? I appreciate you for the $50, KB. Please show some love to KB. Same thing to Spence. Thank you so much for the $50. Who says, love and agree with you, but I'm an atheist. Would you debate religion ever? Of anyone can make me a believer, it's you. Keep on doing God's work. Well, Spence, I hate to burst your bubble here, my friend. I'm actually an agnostic, meaning that I don't believe in any particular religion, but I appreciate you with the $50. Huge shout out to KB and Spence for the $50 over on Super Chat. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. And then same thing to you, Megan. Thank you for the $100 donation. Holy fuck. Let's get 1,000 Megan W's down below. Megan with a $100 says, keep up the good fight, Dean. We're here for you and your impressive oratory skills. Megan, you have been so fucking kind to me over the course of the last month or so. I'm beyond grateful for you, and I continue to be beyond grateful for you. Thank you for the $100 and the beyond kind words. Please show some love to Megan in that chat. Thank you so very much. Same thing to Celine Ben with the 20 who says, Dean, I love you and I love how you rip and tear through MAGA. My name is Brian. Well, shout out to you, Brian. Thank you for the kind words and the $20 donation. I try my best to tear him to shreds. Same thing to you, Cameron. Thank you so much for the $20 who says, I'm a 59-year-old mother and I'm so proud of you. You're awesome. Cameron, you are awesome. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. John, do you support Trump?
We are Dean with that.
Let's go get the next guest up here. We got Pumpkin Slasher joining. They just don't care, everyone. Thank you so much, Alan, for the 10 euros as well. I appreciate you. Thank you, Alan. Huge shout out to you. And then, Dude Mama, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, I think that most of us see that you look pretty exhausted. Maybe think about taking a mental health break and then even coming back when you're ready. My mental health is honestly not in a bad position, but my physical health, I don't know. My stomach's kind of hurt today, not going to lie. And then Aiden, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars on PayPal. He says, I'm here daily for my emotional support teen stream. Hope people chill out with the trolling so that you can continue with the debates. Me too, Aiden. Aiden sent that in quite a while ago, and people still have not chilled out. You know, pretty insane. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Pumpkin?
Yes, I do.
How old are you, dude?
I'm 18, born December 2007.
All right, yeah, I believe you because of your bio. Graduating from university in 2030. Buddy, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? There's no good reason to be MAGA.
So I like him because he upholds conservative values and specifically his stance on abortion.
Abortion this, abortion that. Let me ask you a question. Do you support that conservative value of being anti-abortion because you believe that that value will bring about saving the most possible innocent human lives?
Yes.
This is merely a hypothetical. Hypothetically, if Kamala Harris in the last election, if she had won the election, would have saved more innocent human lives than Trump, even in consideration of abortion, would you say in retrospect that you should have supported Harris?
Yes.
Okay. So that claim is actually true. The Lancet did a study on the outcomes of Donald Trump's cuts to USAID funding. And they say because of his cuts to USAID funding, 14 million people will die in the next 4 years that wouldn't have died if USAID was ever cut. Kamala Harris would not have cut USAID. Therefore, if Harris won, there would be 3 million people alive annually that are now going to die because of Trump, meaning that it is true she would have saved more innocent human lives, even in consideration of abortion.
Okay, so specifically about abortion, about Trump's policies. So, yes, even if she did, we don't know what she would have done as president because she wasn't president.
Well, we do know that she wouldn't have defunded USAID because the Democrats made USAID and both her and Biden supported USAID.
Okay. So I have a quick, rhetorical, or not a rhetorical question, but you answer it. When do you believe, life, begins?
How is this question relevant to the argument that I just provided you?
Because so you're talking about that fetuses don't, they count as life even in this hypothetical, correct?
Yes, and I'm saying that even if we consider every abortion that would have happened in America, given that Kamala Harris had won, she still would have net saved more innocent human lives than Trump because of the cuts to USAID. That's the argument I'm making.
I feel like she wouldn't have saved lives, but not just American lives, because I feel like more wars would be going on. Because she's not as strong as a figure as president, though.
So she would have started more wars than the guy that started a war?
Yes. No, I don't.
Go ahead. Go ahead and provide.
Crap,
go ahead and provide evidence for that claim. And you know what, my friend? I actually think that you are going to very much so struggle with providing evidence for that claim, considering the fact that the Biden-Harris administration wasn't anti-war, but they were the most anti-war administration in comparison to any other president from modern American history.
Okay, so the Ukraine war started under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, the same way that World War II started under FDR. FDR didn't cause World War II, and Biden and Harris didn't cause Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And in fact, Donald Trump has only prolonged Russia's invasion of Ukraine because he ran on defunding Ukraine, making them weaker, meaning that Russia was able to hit them harder. After he saw that that led to more innocent lives being killed, more people losing their lives, and Ukraine being hit to an extent that honestly is just abhorrent, he then reverted back to exactly what the policy of the Biden-Harris administration was by continuing to fund Ukraine to the same extent they were. You cannot say that the position held on Ukraine by Biden and Harris was a bad position, considering that Trump's position, when implemented, led to even worse outcomes, and then he turned around and reverted to exactly what they were doing.
All right, so first of all, I'd like to reject the claim that FDR is would have started. I believe he is the reason why World War II started as well, because he wasn't as strong as a president. He could have helped by being a little bit more strong on Germany after World War I.
All right, buddy. I guess I disagree with you, but we're not here to debate that. Can you please respond to what I just said about Biden, Harris, Russia, Ukraine, and Trump?
Yeah, so Trump was really strong on Russia because he led through strength through force. So he was really harsh on Russia through his words, rushed to North Korea through his words.
Yeah, and that's why he invited Putin to walk on a... And that's why Trump invited Putin to walk on a red carpet in America. And that's also why Putin interfered with the 2024 election to get more people to vote for Trump, right? By paying pro-Trump, anti-Ukraine, pro-Kremlin propagandists like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson and Dave Rubin $500,000 a month.
Well, okay. You know what? I'm actually going to agree with you. That probably, in retrospect, that Kamala Harris probably would have saved more lives than Trump. Okay.
Remember when I asked you?
It's me there, but
can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
Remember when I asked you if, in retrospect, if Kamala Harris would have saved more lives, then would you argue in retrospect that you should have supported her? What did you say?
I said yes.
So even in consideration of your pro-life convictions, will you concede that in retrospect you should have supported Kamala Harris?
Yes.
That's 2 in a row. That's why you guys shouldn't troll. All right, man. Before you leave, I actually want to
Real
have a little
quick.
bit of a conversation with you about abortion.
Okay, cool. All right, so when do you think life begins? Like
At the moment of conception.
at the moment of conception. So
Mhm.
if a woman has an abortion, that is killing a life.
Yes.
So why is that considered ethical for a woman to make the decision to have an abortion then?
That's a very fair question. We have all widely adopted and accepted categories of lives that it's okay to terminate. Like terminating the lives of aggressors in scenarios of self-defense. Like terminating the lives of patients that are brain dead. For some people, terminating the lives of violent criminals on death row. I have another category of lives that I'm willing to terminate. And that would be lives that I don't find to be morally valuable that are infringing on the bodily autonomy of a woman or a girl. The reason why I do not value the life of the unborn is because they do not have a mind, nor do they have the ability/capacity to possess and or actualize first-person subjective experiences. We could reduce this down to sentience, which emerges at 20 through 24 weeks. Before that point, I do not find that life morally valuable, and because it is actively infringing on the bodily autonomy of that pregnant woman or girl, we thereby have good reason to terminate that life and evict it from their uterus.
So I do believe it's okay if the woman's life is threatened that they can have an abortion. If the woman's life is threatened. But if the woman's life is not threatened, I believe abortion should be illegal at that
What
point.
about in scenarios of rape?
So in that opinion, I believe that the life of the woman is threatened because she has to carry a baby of a rape of a father of rape.
If the life of a woman that's pregnant because of rape is threatened, then the life of any woman that is pregnant, regardless of the reason, is threatened.
So if a woman decides to have choice to do intercourse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they make that choice and they decide they don't want to have the baby because they were having unprotected sex.
How would her
Why
life
would
not be
that
threatened,
be-
but a pregnant rape victim's life would be? If the pregnancies are biologically identical, if the women
Because
are
she didn't have the
biologically
choice to do
identical,
it.
okay, right, but I agree with you that she didn't have the choice to do it, and I believe with firm conviction, okay, that victims of rape should be able to access abortion. But on a biological level, if we were to take an adult woman that was raped and impregnated and an adult woman that was not raped and impregnated through consensual intercourse, they'd be at a very similar overall likelihood of being killed or having their life threatened by that pregnancy. Which is why I think the reasons why we should allow women to access abortion from even the pro-life view, or you say we should allow women to do this because you think you control women, should definitely extend to rape victims who are not having their life threatened by that pregnancy.
But the baby that's inside is innocent. It has had nothing to do with the choices that the parents have made to have intercourse, which allowed it to concept. So you agreed that the fetus is a human being,
Yeah.
right?
I just don't think that its life is valuable.
So you're killing a human. It would be the same okay, but it's going to be valuable.
Okay, you're right. It is going to be valuable in the future, which is why women can kill their children when they're fetuses, but women can't kill their children when they're newborns or toddlers. When it becomes valuable and then becomes wrong to kill it. That's kind of the point. Like, how about this?
Are you saying like a 2-year-old's life is not valuable?
I just said that it was valuable. How about this? So you just try to make the argument that because, from my perspective, it's going to be valuable in the future, we should therefore extend its value now. Okay, well, you think that any human life is going to be valuable. In a sperm cell and an egg cell, they're going to be a human life in the future. Therefore, they're going to be valuable in the future. Therefore, under your view, it is no worse to kill a fetus than it would be for a man to jack off and genocide 400 trillion sperm cells because they're going to be human in the future. Therefore, they're going to be valuable in the future.
In my opinion, that is not true because it has to go into the egg for it to be able to become a human.
Yeah, just like the fetus has to undergo particular brain structure development around 20 through 24 weeks where the thalamocortical connections connect to the prefrontal cortex in order for it to be valuable. In the same way, a particular set of biological processes has to take place for the sperm and the egg to become a human. Another set of biological processes has to take place for the fetus to have moral value through the ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences.
So if I were making a cake, right?
We just got another restriction for another 10 minutes.
Flowers.
Go ahead.
So if I'm making a cake and I have eggs and I have flour, right? And I'm putting them together, right? say like the eggs is the sperm in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it would be like the woman's eggs, but whatever. And then the flower is the other part that makes it to where the fetus can happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we combine these ingredients and put them in the oven, it eventually becomes a cake. But the ingredients separately do not make a cake, because you have to combine the ingredients to make a cake.
Yeah.
So when you put them in the oven, it becomes the cake, which becomes the baby.
There's a hidden third ingredient to make that cake. It's not just the flour and the eggs. It's also the persistent heat that is being radiated by the inside of the oven. If you do not have the perpetual heat being radiated by the inside of the oven, will that combination of flour and eggs ever become a cake?
No.
Okay. Right? So that's going to be another ingredient in order to make the cake. In the same way, another ingredient in order to make a valuable life like yours and mine would be the bodily resources and the domicile in the uterus from the woman.
Okay. I actually really like that argument. I didn't think my mind could be changed about that, but okay. But then, real quick then, so if the oven is like is the woman in that sense, because it's carrying the cake, it's carrying the baby.
Yeah,
right?
and then the heat from
And
the
then when
oven
you
is
take
the
it out-
bodily resources from the woman.
Yeah. So, but then if you take the cake out before it's done, that is the fetus, and you're killing it, and you're destroying the cake. You're not going to be able to eat it, right?
Well,
but
I
it was
mean,
going to be a cake.
Is it really a cake until it's done?
No.
No.
Oh. Okay. That's a good point. All right. Yeah. That's all I have.
Cool, dude. Appreciate you for coming up. I appreciate you for being open-minded as well.
Thank you for changing my mind.
Yeah, love that. Thank you for coming up, dude. You have a good one.
You too. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. You take care, bro. You take care. Man, I love this. I love this shit. I love this shit. I love this shit. Everybody that we've spoken to today, we've changed our fucking minds. Every single person. Wow. Wow. I love this shit. Heat. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Fire. 10 out of 10. 2 people in a row about more than one issue. Completely deconstructed that guy's political worldview in less than 10 minutes. And by the way, that guy's good. That guy's really good. I like that. I like that guy. I like that guy. He's willing to understand and acknowledge when he's wrong. We love that here. We love that here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
20.
Okay, man. Give me 1 second here to thank a couple people, then I'll pass the mic to you. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. Michael, thank you for the $10. Who says your joke about the microphone in the uterus was funny. Holy shit, LOL. Funny enough for $10. Let's go. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 for making you laugh, dude. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Who says thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much, Anthony. I'm gonna keep the second part of your message to myself. Just know that I'm so fucking sorry to hear that. Jacob, thank you for the $5 as well. He says, keep up the good fight. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, it's because I'm a social democrat. Thank you so much, Noah, for the $5. And then Megan, thank you for the $35 donation. Let's get 350. Megan W's, who says, thank you. You changed my mind on Trump a long time ago. Growing up from a MAGA family, I just wish I had found you sooner so I wasn't brainwashed for as long. Well, thank you for the $35. I appreciate you so much for that love, Megan. You are exactly the type of person that we try to reach with these live streams. Just know that I appreciate you, and I'm so grateful that we were able to change your mind. Same thing to Amber. Thank you for the $10. She says, to celebrate changing that guest mind so quickly after all the trolls. I know, dude. Oh, my goddess. Oh, my God. That's why we do what we do, dude. That's why we do what we do, motherfucker. Oh, dude, it makes me feel so happy inside. Thank you for the $10. And then Chris, thank you for the $25, who says, hey, you're in Colorado, so it's not criminal to trail run. I am a pro coach, and I'll coach you free for life. Keep streaming, but also go local. Cover issues that hit your community. Yeah, we talk about local elections. Also, is it illegal to trail run in other parts of the country? That's crazy. I didn't know that. Thank you so much for the $25, Chris, and for the other kind words. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Martivis, thank you for the $5 who says screw the trolls. We love that. And then Melody with the $5 who says screw the trolls. That's also going to be a troll. Let's go to get that next guest Matt connected to the live stream. Here we go, everybody. You guys are awesome. I'm so grateful for y'all. I'm so grateful for y'all. Thank you guys so much for that love and support. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Delaney, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Damn, Delaney? Delaney with a 40 says, consider debating other leftists that aren't as left, like David from Jubilee and others that aren't in favor of DSA to avoid trolls. You are the voice that can bring us together. Yeah, David from Jubilee, I wonder what our ideological distinctions would be. I think that he maybe just opposes people further to the left of him a little bit harder than I do, if that makes any sense. I wonder what that conversation would look like. Thank you so much for the $40, Delaney. Let's get 400 Delaney W's in that comment section. And then Amanda, thank you for the $25. Who says, just know that I'm proud of you. Well, thank you so very much. And Mackenzie, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. You says, I've recently joined your streams and wanted to thank you for educating me as well as others about the horrors of Trump. Also consider running for president. I am way too young to make that consideration. Way too young, but maybe one day, bro. I don't know what the future will bring. And the Janice with the $10 says, thank you for all that your important work. And Shania with the $10 says, you need to consider vetting your guests. Unfortunately, TikTok doesn't give any type of tool or system to do that. If they did, I would definitely be using it, though, as you guys can tell. As you guys could tell. Thank you guys so much for the love. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Holy shit, dude. Hello? Oh, they're playing a video game or something. Mr. Caesar. Mr. Caesar, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Dude, Caesar, that is way too much money. I don't deserve that, Caesar. Let's get 1,000 Caesar W's for the GOAT. Holy shit, thank you. Caesar with $100 says, stay strong, man. Maybe you need a few days off. Nah, man. No breaks, no days off. My girlfriend tells me I should, though. But, you know, I don't know. I'll probably end up taking a day off here soon. Thank you for the $100, my friend. Beyond kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Caesar W's in the comment section. Genuinely, I'm very, very grateful for you, dude. Incredibly grateful. Kirian, I'll check that one out. Metal, do you support Trump?
Oh, hold on. I'm putting my keyboard away. Give me a second.
Your keyboard?
Yeah, I was practicing my keyboard while waiting for you.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, man. Yeah, why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
Oh, Dean, I'm master debating. Oh.
Get out of here, dude. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the box if you happen to be here for a debate about why you support Trump as president. I do just kind of want to repeat everybody that we had trolls for an hour and a half. And then we didn't have trolls for 2 guests. And we talked to 2 Trump supporters. And we changed both of their minds. Just saying. Just saying, guys. Liam, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Who says, first time donating to literally anyone, but you are too much of a goat not to. First and foremost, Liam, I feel so honored to be the first, you know, I don't know, live streamer that you've ever donated to. So thank you fucking for that. You are the goat. Why don't we go ahead and show some love to Liam down below? You are the goat. And then Brian, thank you for the $20. Who says, here's $20 for your savings because at this rate, there won't be anybody left to debate. Yeah, I know. That's funny, Brian. Thanks for the good laugh and the $20. Alex, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Who says, as a YouTube viewer, fuck TikTok. They won't let you debate J6, homosexuality, etc. It's shit. Hoping that you could find something else, maybe charge a fee to debate in good faith, change their mind or not, they will get it back. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Alex. I think somebody threw that idea out the other day. It's something that I've been considering, but it just seems like it'd kind of take a lot. Thank you for the love, though. I appreciate you. Thank you, Alex. Same thing to you, Kelvin, sorry. Thank you for the $5. And then Galen, thank you for the $25. Who says MAGA is afraid of you. Thank you for hanging in there. Dude, MAGA is fucking afraid of me. I think that we've proven that today by having over 20,000 viewers and only been able to find 2 Trump supporters to debate in an hour and a half. Definitely fucking afraid. And then Tank Murph, thank you so much for the Rosa Nebula. Holy shit, Tank. I appreciate you. Wow. Guys, please, only hop inside of the queue if you are following our rules. If you want to know what the rules are, they're in the middle of your phone screen, so take a look. And then Elena, Jake, thank you for the $20. Who says, hello, I'm so sorry about the trolls, but I hope that you're doing well. You've really helped me out. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Jake. Huge shout out to Jake. Hey, welcome in, Haley.
Hi.
I don't need to ask you if you're a Trump supporter because I know you are.
Yes, but listen, okay. I spent the last 2 weeks in Kenya doing volunteer work because of you. Not by choice, but
No fucking shot. I know that you're telling the truth.
listen, okay.
I know that your brother sent me a $20 donation telling me that you were doing volunteer work in Kenya because of our last conversation. And I thought that was a troll account. Turns out it wasn't.
Was his name Ron?
I don't remember his name.
I was gonna say, if it was, then yeah, that was him. But it genuinely changed my perspective on so many things, and it really broke my heart to see people living off of so little. And it gave me like a very new appreciation for everything that I have in my life. And I'm actually going back next month, and I canceled all my vacations for the year, and I'm putting all of that money towards those people and getting them food and medical supplies and water and stuff. So I appreciate it.
You know what?
Because I hated it at first, but listen, it was needed, honestly.
You know what, Haley? I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you. For those that don't know, Haley is the daughter of a very rich family. And she's come up onto our live stream acting very fucking entitled and very fucking selfish. In fact, the debate that I had with her was specifically about why she supports Donald Trump's tax policy, even though the rest of his policy is hurting everybody else but her and her family, basically. And she said that she didn't give a fuck. So her dad thought that she was ungrateful and made her do volunteer work, and apparently now that's given her a new perspective on the world. Happy to hear that, Haley. Happy to hear that. And you want to know some crazy shit, Haley?
What?
The American government assists with aid overseas through what is called USAID. The Lancet did a study on just how many lives USAID has saved since its implementation 24 years ago. And they concluded that it has saved 94 million lives in the last 24 years. Trump defunded USAID. And the Lancet concluded that that is projected to kill 14 million people over the entirety of Earth, disproportionately in Africa, over the course of the next 4 years. Because it means there's less funding to provide less care, to fund for less volunteers such as yourself, and to fund for less treatment for various diseases, clean water, clean food, shelter, so on and so forth. Is that compelling enough reason to finally change your mind on Trump?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's really crazy. Because, like, that was just... I don't know, like, I guess I just never really cared about, like, the value of money because it's just always been accessible to me. And, like, seeing how far some people have to stretch it was just insane.
Good, bro. Well, I'm happy that's what finally did it for you. And I hope that you hear me out for everything else that I say about other causes like abortion or immigration, you know?
Yeah, that's actually why I'm watching more, and I was, like, going back and watching your old streams, too, yesterday, because, like, abortion and immigration less so, like, now that I did get that perspective from people in other countries, especially if it's not hurting us, I don't think that they shouldn't be here. So
Haley.
abortion's kind of just, like, the last thing for me.
20 hours ago. You know what? I'm not going to call you out on it. Continue to tune into the streams. Hopefully we're able to change your mind further. Thanks for coming up. I'm happy that you no longer support Trump, and have a good rest of your day, okay?
You too. Thank you.
I'd rather her feel comfortable continuing to tune into the live streams because it seems like her mind is open, and we'll be able to change her mind on it just by her being a viewer. But she doesn't support Trump. That's good. 3 people. What is happening? Wow. What is going on today?
Hello?
Actually, what is going on today? That's 3 people in a row. The only 3 people that we've spoken to. Wow. Inspirational, man. Do you support Trump?
Do I support Trump? I'm very sorry, but I don't. I'm not trying to be a troll.
Today we are just looking for people to do. You take care, man. Only up inside of that queue if you are here for a debate. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Sophie, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, and I'm happy that the live streams help you out mentally. Nick, thank you so much for the $5 as well over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much, Nick. That's very kind of you. Rebel, thank you for the 5. And Alyssa, thank you for the $20, who says, thank you so much for all that you do and for what you do for women and their rights. Well, thank you so much, Alyssa. I appreciate you for your kind words and the $20 donation. Let's get 200 Alyssa W's. And Golden with the $10 says, you sparked my passion in debating. Thank you very much.
Charlie Kirk.
And Joy and Allison, I appreciate you guys for the $5 each. Y'all are awesome. And then on Super Chat, dude, we have, wow. Holy moly. What the fuck, dude? Bro, legitimately, what is going on today? We have 3 people to thank for their massive donations on Super Chat. What the fuck? I'm genuinely, dude. Oh my god.
Yo.
Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump? LV, are you MAGA? Looks like maybe his internet cut out for a second. I'm going to take this moment to thank a couple people. Warlord, thank you so much for the $200 on Super Chat. Microbe, thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. And Spence, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. Dude. Oh my god. It's kind of like, I don't deserve that. I'm just as flabbergasted as the viewers. Holy fuck you 3. I'll never understand why people choose to be so kind. You know, there's other streamers out there that have been doing it for a lot longer than me, get more viewers than me, even though we actually have been doing great with the viewership as of recently, which is awesome because we could use that to change our minds.
Hello.
Or get a donation and just kind of wreak this sense of entitlement to that donation.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to man. Give me 1 moment. Just know that I've never felt entitled to $1, and I am beyond grateful for the love and support. It is genuinely insane. Warlord with the $200 says, whenever you get one of those pro-life transphobes, could you please ask them why they're more comfortable with seeing pageant kids than trans men/women? Seeing another person minding their business doesn't bother me, but if I see a pregnant, sorry, not a pageant kid, a pregnant kid, my bad. But if I see a pregnant child playing outside, I'd have a lot of questions. You know what? That's actually a pretty fair point to make, and I will definitely bring that up. Warlord, as always, I'm very grateful for you. Thank you for the $200. Show some love to Warlord down below. And then Microbe with a $100 says, the 99% of BS that you have to wade through will always feel worth it for the privilege to shake loose even a single misled mind. That's the fight. These streams may be exhausting, but the conversations that you do make up all of the noise. They're invaluable. Love you, dude.
Yo, D,
love you
debate
too,
my
Microbe.
dad. Debate my dad.
I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 Microbe W's, genuinely. And to that last child who joined and told me to debate their dad. Listen, we do debate parents. We do debate family members. But you got to be at least 16. Now, if you want to make an alt account and get your dad on it to debate, that's fine. But in order for me to debate a parent on a child's account, that child needs to be at least 16 years of age. I appreciate you so much, Microbe. I appreciate you so much, Warlord. And then, of course, Spence. Thank you for the $50 as well, you says. Here's another $50 for dealing with the trolls. Doesn't agnostic mean that you believe in God, just not religion? I appreciate you so much. So that agnostic means that you don't believe in God.
I love you. You're
W fetus. So being agnostic means that you don't believe in God, but you don't not believe in God. You're just agnostic on it. That means that you uphold suspended judgment on the belief in God. You don't deny God's existence, but you also don't accept God's existence. You don't know about God's existence. A good question, Spence. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm from America.
Do you support Trump?
And yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
Why are you lying?
I'm not.
You know what you're lying about? What I know that you're lying about? You said that you're from America?
Yeah, but I'm originally from Brighton.
Where the hell do you spin these in America? What is that? Where the hell do you spin that in America?
No, that's Icelandic money. My family lives in Iceland.
So your family lives in Iceland, but you live in America?
No, like my cousins, and I go there every year.
So your yearly trip to Iceland, you were also able to pick up the Icelandic language, because I'm looking at the hashtags here on this post, and it makes me feel as if you are fluent within language that people in Iceland speak.
I was born in England, and I've lived in England for 9 years.
How about this? Let's lay to rest with one very simple question.
What?
What time is it?
I'm in Washington, and it's 1 minute over 5.
No!
I'm 6. No!
It's not even 6, it's 3! Put up a good fight, though. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Dude, I'm honestly kind of an asshole. I stress them out, like, on purpose. Like, I'm kind of an asshole for that. You know, I'm up here, like, looking at, like, things that there could exist plausible deniability for, like, posting money from another country. But if you live in America, why would you be doing that? You know, being fluent in a language in which, you know, you wouldn't naturally expect somebody to be fluent from, maybe if they were born in America, unless, of course, they have family from that country. But, you know, saying that it's just your cousins, you wouldn't expect, you know, somebody to be fluent in the language that their cousin speaks. You know what I mean? All those things have plausible deniability, so it kind of stresses them out. But then we get to the question about the time. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And by the way, for everybody in the comment section who says she meant DC, okay. Everybody who lives in Washington, D.C. knows that Washington, D.C. is not a state, and knows that if anybody ever talks about Washington, the state, they're specifically not referring to Washington, D.C. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Anna? You already said yes. My bad. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, what month?
June.
What day? Oh, wait. You'd be 19. Liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. June's finally over. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Caught him in the act. Caught him in the act, everybody. We got a liar, quite frankly. Quite frankly, big old liar. Big old liar. Quite frankly. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Jordan, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
And what time is it?
6:03 p.m.
6:03 p.m.? What state are you in?
Yep. New York. I'm in New York City.
Okay, what's the capital of New York?
I don't remember, man. I'm too stupid.
Oh, you don't know the capital of the state that you live in?
I don't care.
Oh, how about this? Just name one other city
I just moved
in New York State. Okay, what borough do you live in? What borough do you live in?
You're asking me too many questions, man. I just moved here.
So you're telling me that you live in New York City? Name any borough in New York City.
Why are you asking me all these questions?
Oh, dude!
I'm just here to debate you.
You sold, dude.
I'm just here to debate you.
Nope, you sold.
Why did I sell?
Because crikey, you're lying about being in America.
I'm not, though.
Yes, you are.
I just don't pay that much attention.
What's something interesting that happened in consideration of the Empire State Building yesterday?
I don't remember. I was asleep. I don't check the news.
So you don't know the capital of New York. You don't know a singular borough, New York City, and where you claim to live. And you don't know that yesterday people climbed the Empire State Building. Absolutely a fraud. Complete and total fraud. Complete fraud. Get out of here. You're a fraud. Frankly. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Child. Guys, we're going back into the continued pattern of children. I'd really appreciate it if we could break that pattern. Christy, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says, all pregnancies put the mother's life at risk. A pregnant woman's condition can become irreversible in hours. Doctors can't always wait until she's at death's door. Why can't MAGA grasp that? Because they don't actually care. They just pretend like they do. Thank you so much for the $25, Christy. Andrew, thank you for the $10, who says, do you think that the DSA should attempt to rebrand to get the word socialist less pronounced? No. If anything, I think that they should rebrand to get the word socialist more pronounced to exclude Marxist-Leninists. Thank you for the $10. Heather, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 200 Heather W's down below in the comment section. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He says, crazy question for my son. If you only had 5 days to prepare using only natural materials, what's the biggest animal that you could defeat? What a crazy question. 5 days to prepare with only natural materials? Listen, I'm going to just be a man here and say any animal. Because I'm the king of the jungle. That's right, Heather. Thank you for the $20. Jessica, do you support Trump?
Hi there. Yes, I do.
Hi there. Yes, I do. That sounds rather fake, Jessica.
I live in Texas. What do you mean?
Texas?
Yeah.
You live in Texas?
I live in Texas.
You live in taxes? You live in the IRS headquarters where they collect all the taxes?
No, I live in Texas.
Guys, stop trolling, seriously. Even though it's a little bit funny, stop doing it. We want debates. Literally every Trump supporter that you guys have let me debate because you weren't trolling, so far today, we've changed their mind. Leslie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leslie. Leslie with a 50 says, I'm a new listener, but I've also never considered myself to be a political person. You guys are really helping me to solidify my beliefs and also giving me the knowledge and confidence to speak up. Keep up the great work. Leslie, that's why we do what we do. I'm so happy to hear that. You're the fucking goat. Make sure to get out there, vote in the midterms. You're awesome. Let's get 500 Leslie W's down below in the comment section. Thank you a million times over. Do you support Trump, Invincible?
Dean, can we please take a break and play Bohemian Rhapsody?
No. Moving on to the next guest. We got Leo loading up. Molly, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Molly. Jared, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, maybe I would take anti-choicers if they would support any other means of saving lives. They are a pro-death party and the pro-suffering party and the anti-American party. You know what? I definitely agree that it's hypocritical that they don't. It's definitely it's hypocritical that they don't.
Hi there.
Like, how can you on one hand say that you're pro-life because, you know, you care about the life of the unborn, but then you also want to defend social safety nets that, like, prevent children from starving to death? I appreciate you for the $25. Funny enough, these trolls are actually making me more money. These trolls are making me more money today than usual. Because we have so many trolls, that it's giving me more time to read the donations. And because it's giving me more time to read the donations, therefore more people are donating. So really, it kind of looks like it's backfiring, folks. Maybe you should stop. You support Trump, Thomas?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18. I
What
am
year
a
are you born in?
trans man. I am a trans man. I was born in 2008. My birthday is March 31st. I'm a trans man.
What rights have you lost in the last year and a half?
None.
All right. I don't believe you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Cam loading up. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hey, do you support Trump?
Do you vape?
No. Do you support Trump?
Do you vape?
We're not doing this clip again. No. Do you support Trump?
Where's the anxiety pen?
Oh, in my lap. Do you support Trump?
Is it Miami Mint?
No, it's lavender caramel. Do you support Trump?
What flavor is it?
I just told you. Do you support Trump?
We know you're lying.
Oh my God, no, you're lying! It's an anxiety pin! Why would I smoke the nicotine? It's a gateway! It's a gateway! How could you ever accuse me of engaging in such delinquent juvenile nonsense? I'm better than that. I'm higher than that. My brain operates on a level impenetrable by the gateway of nicotine and vapes. Why would I ever do that to myself? Why would I ever do that to you? Why would I ever risk the health of my lungs, a lifelong addiction to nicotine, leading me to crack cocaine? Because that's what it does. It's an anxiety pin. I was going to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I need to stop doing that. I used to do that all the time.
Hello?
Trolling about the anxiety pin. And then one clip of me doing that went absurdly viral. And every single political commentator on the right ever reacted to it thinking it was serious. And it actually hurt my reputation. It was like, I'm not even like trolling. It was legitimately damaging to my reputation because so many people thought that it was real. I did it again. I'm sorry. I need to stop. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 19.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Why do you happen to support Trump?
I think that out of Trump and Kamala, I would rather have Trump as president. And I see this as more of policy issues. For example, what are your thoughts on the Save America Act?
Oh, I think that it's dog shit.
Why do you think so?
Yeah, sure, because it will just further prevent and limit and restrict citizens from voting. Especially right now, if we were to pass it just a handful of months before the midterms. It's a completely useless bill. It's a completely useless bill. What it does is it requires, quote unquote, proof of citizenship in order to register. Okay? And the means that prove citizenship would be a birth certificate or a passport. However, all 50 states require proof for citizenship when somebody registers to vote, but the exhaustive cost on actually proving the citizenship falls on the states. You have to provide an ID and you have to provide a social security number and an address in order to register to vote in Colorado. In other states, it's either the same exact thing or just the social security number and the address. What the state election office does is they turn around, they take that information, they run it through their system, and they ensure that the name you provided matches with the social security number that you provided, and that matches with the address that you provided. So they prove that you are a citizen in order to register to vote. This additional requirement of a birth certificate or a passport will do nothing to limit, prohibit, or restrict voter fraud. It will only do something to limit and prohibit and restrict people that don't have $200 to spend on a passport, don't have a birth certificate, or don't have a birth certificate with their active last name on it from voting.
I disagree with this for multiple reasons, but I think one of them is that 99% of people that are citizens of America do have either an ID, driver's license.
That's not proof of citizenship.
It doesn't need to. For example, I live in New York, and having a driver's license or a social security if you were born in America is you're pretty much guaranteed a social security card if you're born in America. And I would say that I think that this helps prevent fraud in the way that you are aware of the age.
I'm going to go over it again. According to our government, the means in which would be required to prove citizenship before you register to vote if the SAVE Act were to pass are as follows. Birth certificate, passport. You would need a birth certificate or a passport in order to register to vote.
I think if people are able to travel out of the country, you need a passport, correct?
Right.
Same way as you're voting in any other country, you need to have some sort of identification to be able to
Nope,
register.
you're equivocating again. Proof of citizenship is not any form of identification.
I'm talking about passports.
Proof of citizenship is specifically identification of citizenship, like a passport or like a birth certificate. I'm not led to believe that if we were to require people to provide these things in order to register to vote, it would reduce election fraud in the slightest, because people already prove citizenship with a social security number when they register to vote. Please provide me with one study conducted by any institution, regardless of how right-leaning it is, including the Heritage Foundation, that reliably determined that the SAVE Act would notably make American elections safer. Considering the fact that the Heritage Foundation has only reported 46 confirmed instances of voting fraud in the last 25 years, you will not be able to provide me any evidence to do so. Therefore, the only outcome of the SAVE Act would be millions of disenfranchised voters, which is exactly why even the Republicans in Congress won't pass it. Which is exactly why not even 3 days ago, 7 Republicans in Congress defected from Trump and told him that they will not pass the SAVE Act and voted no, which is exactly why it has failed in Congress 5 times. The SAVE Act is genuinely one of Donald Trump's worst policies to date, so much so that even the Republicans in Congress know it.
Like, I think that the way that they're trying to execute the policy, I wouldn't 100% agree with, but I think that the overall policy of having to prove identification, having to prove that you are a citizen of the United States, I think that's attainable. I think that
We already do that because in order to register, you have to provide a social security number and an address.
Yes, but if you state that it already costs $200 or however much money to be able to obtain passport or a social security or birth certificate, you understand what I'm saying? So I think that it'll be a lot easier for people to be able to vote in the sense of now we have a demographic of who's voting when it comes to the age. For example, we had
Word
in the
salad.
past elections.
You have to provide your birth date when you register to vote too.
100%, and the same thing with mail-in ballots. You're not 100. We've had fraud in California, especially in California, where people are listing their addresses as PO boxes.
Okay. And they're cracking down on that fraud without the SAVE Act.
Yes, but I think the
And
SAVE
by the
Act
way,
would
the reason why
guarantee-
people do that, and this is fraud that I personally don't give a shit about. The reason why people do that is because your voting registration is public. And when you're a public figure and you're registered to vote at your primary address, it is so easy for anybody with bad intentions to find that information and hurt you. This is exactly why I haven't been registered to vote since the 2024 election. And I re-registered literally 2 days ago, but I had to go through a very special process to hide that information publicly because my county and my state happens to allow for it.
What is the reason that they allow this for public?
What?
What is the reason that they allow this for public information?
I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Could you please provide that study to demonstrate that the SAVE Act would crack down on fraud?
I mean, I could tell you why.
I don't want an explanation why, because I've already been able to tell you that your explanation is false with the use of rational argumentation. I'm asking you for empirical evidence to demonstrate that if the SAVE Act were to be passed, there would be a significant and meaningful reduction in voter fraud.
I'll be able to provide it to you in 1 second.
Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, many people will also say, considering the fact that it costs money to get a passport, requiring a passport in order to vote is a poll tax because you have to spend money in order to vote. But we'll wait for that source. We'll wait for that source, bro. In the meantime, I want to thank a couple people. KB, I appreciate you for another $100 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, KB, who says, this is for you, your girlfriend, Momo, and in the case that you need office supplies. Dude, you've been so fucking kind to me today. I don't know. Everybody's been so kind to me today. Thank you so much, KB. Let's get 1,000 KBWs. Genuinely, that's fucking ridiculous. I am so very grateful for you. Please show some up to KB down below. Fucking genuinely, dude. Unreal. Unreal. I appreciate you. Insane. Just some up to KB. Also, for the question that... Well, go on.
No, go ahead. If you finish what you have to say.
No, I'm done. Do you have do you have that resource?
Yeah, even in CNN, they were polling this. I think the other day that it was 95% of Republicans agree with the Save America Act and 70% of Democrats. This is known. I mean, it's a CNN. I also have
bro. You're probably
looking.
you're probably looking at a poll from CNN that doesn't say do you agree with the Save Act, but rather says do you agree with ID to vote. And it's true that a vast majority of people support ID to vote. There's only like 3 states out of the 50 states that we live in that don't require ID to vote. Okay, but this also is not a study that articulates the fact that if we were to pass the SAVE Act, that there would be a meaningful reduction in voter fraud. And by the way, if that study was true, if you were adequately representing it, which you're not, because it's not about the SAVE Act, it's about ID to vote, well, then the SAVE Act would have passed. If 95% of Republicans supported it,
it has congressional support, not Senate support.
No, it's failed. It's failed every single time.
13.
Every single time they've tried to pass it, it's failed. If a overwhelming majority,
through the Senate,
if a super majority of both the Democrats and Republicans in Congress supported this bill, then it would have passed its first time around. It wouldn't be failing to pass its fifth. But this is still a deflection. You still haven't answered the question. I know that you're intentionally misrepresenting the study, the quote unquote poll that you just gave me. But even if you weren't,
it's a CNN poll.
I know that you're misrepresenting it.
I'm not. You can pull it up. I have no problem with it. You can
pull
it up. You can show.
What do I look up? I mean, it doesn't prove it's not a response to the question that I asked you, because I didn't ask you to provide me with a poll to demonstrate that people support the act. I asked you to provide me a study that proves the act would be effective.
The National Association of Counties.
Of what?
Of counties.
Of counties?
Yes.
Okay, what's the name of the study?
It is House passes Save America Act, major impact on country election administration.
This doesn't sound like a study.
It's a news source.
That's just talking about the House passing the Save America Act and then it being shot down in the Senate. The question was not, can you provide me with a resource? My question was not, can you provide me with a resource that proves the SAVE Act passed one chamber of Congress? No. My question was, can you provide me with a study that demonstrates that if this bill were implemented, then it would lead to a significant reduction in voter fraud? It's not a hard question. Is anybody else besides this guest confused on the nature of the question that I'm asking him?
There's no reason to talk like that. I agree with you. If I'm going to answer the question, I'll answer the question. It's not a problem. But I also think that you should pull up that CNN poll and you should look at it. It has most Americans.
The CNN poll definitely
Democrats agree with this.
The CNN poll, you're definitely misrepresenting it. But even if you weren't, that still wouldn't be an answer to the question. Because my question, oh my God, for the 5th time, was not provide me with a poll that shows that Americans agree with this. Provide me with a study that determines that this bill would be successful in significantly reducing voter fraud.
So, for example, there's this case in Kansas, Fish versus Koba.
What?
And Fish versus Schwab. It's
A court case is not a study to demonstrate the efficacy of a bill if it were to be passed. What are you doing, dude?
I'm trying to show you different cases because there hasn't been a real study on this yet. You can search it up. There hasn't been.
Oh, bro, I feel. Did I ask you for a case?
You have court cases. You have court cases.
Did I ever ask you for a case study? I probably did.
You just asked me for a study.
And then like your brain jumped to case study, which is why you're giving me a court case. Okay.
I'm telling you that there hasn't been a study.
There's a difference between a case study and a court case. A case study attempts to evaluate the outcomes of an action. Okay? Such as the evaluative outcomes of an action, such as passing the Save America Act to see how that would impact America. A court case is a court judge and a jury ruling on the legality of an action. My question is not concerned to the legality of anything to do with voter fraud or the SAVE Act. My question is concerned to what will happen if we pass this bill.
If we pass this bill, what would happen?
Yeah. How much voter fraud would it get rid of? Because remember, it's my position that it won't get rid of any voter fraud because according to the Heritage Foundation, there's only been 42 confirmed instances of voter fraud where non-citizens were voting in the last 25 years. And we already do require proof of citizenship in order to register to vote, but the cost of proving that citizenship just falls on the state instead of the person to bring a birth certificate or a passport. Nevea, thank you so much for the Galaxy Globe. And because it would be wildly ineffective at reducing voter fraud because we already require citizenship to register to vote. It's just going to disenfranchise people that don't have the exhaustive means of a birth certificate or a passport in order now that it would be required in order to register to vote. I think that you're kind of lost here, buddy. I think that you're kind of lost.
Not at all. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you on the point that there isn't a lot of fraud when it comes to non-illegal citizens voting, but also the Save America Act also looks for people that may be over the age of 100 or over the age of 105 that may be voting in multiple elections and see if this is actual person voting or if this isn't. I mean, there's been multiple cases of this where people over the age of 100 are voting when in reality they're dead.
Okay, and what does the Save America Act do to crack down on that?
The whole point of the Save America Act is to strengthen the elections and make sure that we are
by requiring proof of citizenship in order to register. So in the sense of birth certificate or passport. How is requiring birth certificate or a passport in order to register crack down on dead people, quote unquote, voting? And by the way, that doesn't
because it also shows the date of birth of the person.
Have you ever? Are you? One second. What time is it? What time is it?
It's 6:24. I'm in New York.
Are you lying about your age when you said that you were an adult?
No, I'm 19.
Have you ever registered to vote before?
I have.
When you registered to vote, did you have to give them your your SSN and your date of birth?
I had to give them in New York. You don't have to give them an ID, but you have to give them a social security number
and a date of birth, right?
And date of birth, yeah.
Okay, so you have to prove your age in order to register to vote already.
Yeah, but they don't.
Oh,
It doesn't
okay. Yeah, bro. Yeah,
You don't
bro.
scream over me. I'm trying to make
Super cool, bro. So you're saying, oh, we need to pass the SAVE Act because it's going to prove people's ages before they vote. Oh, wait, we already do that. Holy shit, we already do
but it
that.
doesn't account for the people that are dead. You understand? Because not
How does
everybody
this bill account for people who are dead?
Certificate of death.
That's why we make people renew their registration. Okay?
It's not renewed every year or every
how would this bill account for people who are dead? How would what are the specific legislative causes that are more exhaustive than something that we already have to account for that occurring? Because we know that there's people who are over the age of 100 that are alive and do vote. Okay, especially when we have 340 million Americans. There are bound to be some people over that age that do indeed
100%.
vote. Okay, so what I'm asking you for would be the specific policy guidelines set forth in the draft of the SAVE Act that's in Congress right now that would make it harder for quote-unquote dead people to vote. Can you point me towards the specific subsection of the bill?
No problem. I can pull it up right now.
Good, bro. Good. Listen, for everybody watching, I know that this is annoying because we just are going in circles. I mean, like, there's literally... By the way, I just want to point this out for everybody that's watching. There's zero substance to this guy's position. Like, there's been nothing of substance provided beyond the claim that the SAVE Act is good. And then when I say SAVE Act bad, and I describe specifically why, when I go over how citizenship is already required to register, when I go over the fact that there's so little proof of confirmed instances of voter fraud in the last 25 years, when I go over the fact that there exists no evidence to demonstrate this would effectively reduce voter fraud, and I have him concede to that, when I go over the fact, okay, that it would only disenfranchise voters who don't have the proof of citizenship in order to vote, there's like there's absolutely no response that we're getting from this guy.
I've given you multiple sources.
No, you've given me zero sources about case studies to demonstrate that if this bill were to be passed, it would effectively reduce voter fraud.
I gave you a case study and you said this wasn't what you're asking for.
You did not give me a case study.
Don't bounce.
You did not give me a case study. One moment. You did not give me a case study. No. You did not give me a case study. That's not true. What is the case study that you gave me to demonstrate that if this bill were to be passed, it would effectively reduce voter fraud? You just lied.
I didn't lie.
Yes, what was the case study?
Kansas.
Oh my fucking God. You gave me a court case from Kansas. I'm fucking done with you. I'm sorry. If you don't understand the difference between a case study on the projected outcomes of the implementation of a policy and a court case, even after you have the difference described to you, I'm done with you. You are cortisol maxing me. You're stressing me out. That guess right there. That guess and people like that guess are why I'm on pills to make me not go bald because of the cortisol. Plus, actually, he did get a restriction for line about elections. He got a restriction for civic and electoral misinformation. Yes, let's go, dude. TikTok knows I'm right. Let's go, bro. I'm gonna go ban you. Oh my God. Anonymous. What is going on today? Anonymous. Thank you. Wow. Was this a mistake? Did you put an extra zero at the end of that? Did you put 2 extra zeros at the end of that? I'm not being serious. Let me know if you did, Anonymous. You gotta let me know if you put a couple extra zeros at the end of this. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $1,000 donation on PayPal. Oh my God. Holy shit. Anonymous. That's the vast majority of my rent for a month. That's food for a very long time. That's gas for a very long time. That's what the fuck? I want everybody watching to show so much love to Anonymous down below in that comment section while we're looking for that next guess. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Anonymous. I don't even know what's going on today, dude. This is just... Anonymous with $1,000 says, Anonymous, please, keep on fighting the good fight. Love your work. I'm so blessed, dude. Genuinely, I am so privileged in the position that I am. For everybody watching, I recognize that privilege. I do not take the privilege that I possess for granted. In fact, I try to use it to do the most good that I can. Thank you so much for the $1,000, Anon. I want to see so much fucking love for Anonymous down below in that comment section for the next 30 minutes. Because genuinely, what the hell? We're gonna go to get the next guest up here. Like, what the fuck? And it's not even just Anonymous. I'm just seeing this now too. What is going on today? Jacob, thank you so much for the 220.
Hello. It's me, the anxiety pen. It's me.
Jacob, thank you so much for the $220 donation on PayPal too. What? What? You're gonna fucking break me. What? Jacob with the $220 says, just all you do is 1v20, nothing but respect, mate. Okay. Why? I mean, like, thank you. No, genuinely. Like, I hope you said, I'm so grateful, but, like, why? Like, why do you think that I deserve that? Oh my God. Thank you so much, you guys. Just genuinely, like, what the fuck? Show some love to Anon and Jacob in that chat, dude. But thank you for that, Galaxy. I appreciate you, Emma. Holy fucking shit. I want to see nonstop W Anons, nonstop W Jacobs. Thank you guys so fucking much, man. Genuinely. Fucking genuinely. I'm lost for words. Dude, I'm going to text Parker to see if he's down to hop up here and co-host because I think I just need a moment to breathe. I think I just need a second to breathe. Thank you so much, you guys. Show some massive fucking love to the donors in that chat, genuinely. Drake, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007. September 24, 2007.
Telling the truth, Drake?
Yes.
Why do you support Trump, man?
I was just kind of like born into it, I would say. Because family's right side, so.
All right, man. I'm taking a look at your account. You were very clearly maybe early high school. But listen, dude. I was the same way when I was your age. Literally exactly like you. Born into MAGA. Born into the Republican Party. First thing we know is sometimes parents are wrong. Okay? I feel like that's something all kids accept. I know that I sure did. Sometimes parents are wrong. Second step is, so why can't they therefore be wrong about politics? Then the third step is to turn around and see if they are by doing independent investigation research. That's the best advice that I could give to you. But I am going to kick you from the live stream because you're under the age of 18. Let's go to get the next guest up, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Fucking ridiculous. Dude. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous, dude. Show some love to Anon and Jacob. Insane. Fucking insane. Let's go get that next guest connected. This week, thank you for the $20 in Super Chat who says, gonna rewind to watch from the start. I'm late today. Hope today's stream has been good. This week, if you haven't rewinded yet, I would recommend just skipping the first hour and a half. It was just constant trolls nonstop. I hope that guy hasn't gone back to the beginning of the VOD yet. Constant trolls nonstop. Same thing to you, Silver. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to you, Momo, with the $10 who says, please add your full live stream to Spotify, please, Dean. I have episodes on there. I should start uploading the full episodes. The full lives. Ali and Duncan, I appreciate you both for the $10 as well as for your messages. Greg, thank you so much for the $10 in Super Chat. Shin, thank you for the $10 who says, don't let the trolls win, Dean. I feel like we're winning right now. Holy. Ash, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. Endless with the $10 who says, you need to charge $10 to enter into the debate queue, refund the money to those who are following the rules. That's something that I've heard a lot of people recommend. I just think that it'd be too hard to pull off. Evolve, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, 100%.
Yikes, man. Holy fuck. That's pretty gross. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sounds good. First and foremost, can you please disconnect any Bluetooth mic that you have connected to your device?
I mean, it's hooked to my headset.
Is there any way that you could disconnect it from your headset so we could hear you better?
Is that any better?
Not really, because you haven't turned your Bluetooth off.
Yeah, so it's pretty loud. These are canceling where I'm at right now. So if I cancel it, you're not.
Yeah,
gonna
that's
be able
fine
to
then.
hear me.
It's fine. If you're telling us that this audio quality is better than the audio quality that we'd get if you disconnect your Bluetooth, then it's fine, because we could still hear you. Okay, sounds good. Do you agree that any like rational Democrat would stop supporting Biden if, when Biden was president, he called for the execution of 6 Republicans in Congress with no good reason?
No, because Joe Biden called in 1994 that we already had one hard R in Congress and we didn't need another, and they claim they're not the party of Jim Crow. They don't sound any more like it could be any more Jim Crow than that, right?
Yeah, I'll happily go through that claim with you after you answer my question, because seemingly that claim had nothing to do with
I
an
said no,
answer to
right?
my question.
But I said no, and then because. So no, I don't believe that they would, because, right? They're
No,
still
I'm
the
asking
party
you
of
if
Jim
you
Crow.
think that they should.
Do I think that they should support Joe Biden calling for the execution of 6
Yeah.
Two?
Like, people on the left, do you think that they should stop supporting Biden as president if Biden, when president, called for the execution of 6 Republicans in Congress with no good reason?
So I'm going to go out on a limb here, and you're going to say that you're claiming that Trump called for the execution of the Democrats, in which said that the service members should not have, or would not have to follow
Oh,
unlawful.
whoa,
Is that right?
whoa, dude, I asked you about Biden, not Trump. Could you answer the question about Biden, please?
I mean, would I support it? I mean, does he have free speech? Sure.
Oh my God, you were so lost. No, I didn't ask you if he has the legal ability to say this thing because of the First Amendment. I asked you if Biden were to say this thing, do you think people should stop supporting him as president?
No, I don't think we should stop supporting anybody for free speech.
What? So you understand that the only kind of speech. Let me clarify something for you here. There's only a couple types of speech that actually infringe on the First Amendment. Like the one type of speech that would be relevant to our conversation would be like imminent threats, where there's a reasonable, imminent, foreseeable future where one would follow up on this threat, and the threat is specific by nature. So if, like you say, that you are going to like kill or rape somebody in this very specific way, at this very specific like place where you know that they are, and there is a reasonably foreseeable future where you actually get to that place, aka you know the address, well, then it could be charged as a crime by federal law. State law varies.
Sure.
So in other words, according to federal law, you could say that you want to rape somebody and you can't go to jail for it. As long as you say so without the imminent threat if you are going to rape them, you know exactly where they're at, and there's a reasonably foreseeable future that you are going to actually do that. So if Donald Trump said that he wanted to rape children, that statement would be protected by the First Amendment. And you just got done saying that you would never stop supporting a politician over what they say in accordance with the First Amendment. So if Donald Trump said that he wants to rape children, would you stop supporting him as president? Or would you not stop supporting him as president because that speech is technically protected by the First Amendment?
I love it whenever you run into these hypotheticals and you take things upon yourself just to stretch them out beyond any means. So to answer your hypothetical, would I still support Trump if he said that he wanted to quote unquote rape a child? No, because that does not align with my moral values.
Okay.
However, if I
Thank
would I agree or still support Donald Trump if he said that we should quote unquote try and hold these individuals accountable?
Let's just stop there with you, because you said that no, you would stop supporting Trump if he said that he wanted to rape children, even though that speech would be protected by the First Amendment. So you concede your previous suggestion that you would never stop supporting a president because of their First Amendment right to freedom of speech. You concede that.
Well, because you have to look at it in a couple of different manners. Number one, in order to grape a child, that would be definitely against not only the moral standard of most individuals in the world, but it would also be against my particular moral code. So to say like, well, that one particular free speech item would be technically against the law just to change one word. So then to say, well, this individual such as Joe Biden, would you know call for Democrats to stop supporting him?
Right now, you're explaining your concession.
It's not a concession, sir.
The reason why this is a concession is because you're just explaining that you would stop supporting the president if they said something that infringed on your moral code to a sufficient extent, even if it didn't infringe on freedom of speech, meaning that it was covered by freedom of speech. This means that your standard for determining if you should or should not stop supporting a president because of their speech is not the First Amendment, but is rather your moral principles. And by the way, I agree with you 110%. But this is a concession from your previous claim that standard in which you'd use to determine if you would or would not stop supporting the president over their speech would be if it does or does not classify as free speech. Because there are many things that would classify as free speech in accordance with the technicalities of the First Amendment that would infringe on your moral code, such as saying that they want to rape a child. So thank you for the concession. It's okay. And sometimes adults concede.
Sure. So now how would you like to respond about Joe Biden saying in open Congress that we already had one hard R N-word in Congress and we didn't need another one? And would you not agree that that directly aligns with Jim Crow?
I've never seen any evidence of Biden saying that.
Okay, look up all you
the debate isn't about Biden. The debate is about Trump.
But you voted for Biden, right?
I would, and well, no, I was too young, but I would vote for Biden over Trump.
Oh, so you would vote for somebody that we don't need another hard R in Congress.
Yeah,
So you're basically
I've never seen any evidence of Biden saying that. But before we completely change the topic of the debate to how would you hypothetically support Biden as president if he didn't drop out of the race and if he didn't retire from politics and he was running against the current president, let's stay on topic with the how do you still support Trump as president? So you told me that you would stop supporting the president based on what they said if it infringed on your moral code. So does the proposition of a president calling for the execution of their political opponents with no good reason infringe on your moral code?
No, because he did not call for the execution. He said that we should hold these individuals liable for treason, which I 100% agree with.
That's not the question that I asked you, though. The question that I asked you was if a president were to call for the execution of their political opponents, would that infringe on your moral code? And you said no, because they didn't call for the execution of their political opponents. So this isn't an answer to the question, if they did do this, would it infringe on your moral code? No, this is just you stating if they didn't do this, it wouldn't infringe on your moral code. So answer the question if they did do it. Would that infringe on your moral code?
No. I already said no.
So why would that not infringe on your moral code?
Yeah, humanity has known violence for longer than anything. I would say violence is among humanity's oldest tools. Sometimes it's used for good, sometimes it's used for bad. However, it's something that we can never get rid of. So to say that we should not support somebody simply because they believe that we should take violence into account to hold people responsible, especially for under the direct penalty of treason, which would be the penalty of death, I would say that we should 100% align with that and then keep that within our moral standards.
So you're just saying the reason why it doesn't fall out of alignment with your moral code is because you believe that use of violence would be justified.
Sure.
So you think it'd be justified to kill those Democrats in Congress?
So did I say that we should hold them liable and try them for treason, or did I say that we should unalive them?
Trying them for treason and then finding them guilty and then killing them would be killing them.
Well, sure, but the same thing as we were to try a murderer for murder.
So I just want to clarify, because you think that they're guilty of treason, you think it'd be justified to kill them, right?
If they were found guilty of treason, sure.
Are they guilty of treason? Did you believe that they engaged in treason?
Have they been executed?
No.
Okay, perfect. That answers your question.
So they were not guilty of treason?
According to what we know right now, they have not been tried nor found guilty, and everyone is presumed innocent until found guilty in a court of law.
Is there even any evidence that they did engage in treason?
Yeah, absolutely. Telling the military to go against their direct commander-in-chief is directly would be treasonous, sure.
Are you familiar with the UCMJ?
Yes, I am.
What's the UCMJ? Can you tell me?
The United States, what is it, Marine Corps Justice or something like that? Military Justice? Is that what
it is the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The Uniform Code of Military Justice is a collection of laws passed by our federal government, and they serve as special laws for members of our military because during wartime, they have a lot more privileges than private citizens do, like the privileges to end the lives of others, with fully automatic guns. So because of that, they need special laws. But when we look at Section 80 and Section 92 of the UCMJ, it's very clear It tells members of our military that if they follow an order that is illegal, they could be held criminally responsible for doing so and thrown in jail. So in other words, it is strictly forbidden in the United States of America for any member of our military to follow an illegal order from any of their commanders, including the commander-in-chief. So when I asked you why you think that those Democrats in Congress that Donald Trump called for the execution of were guilty of treason, you said because they told individuals to disobey the commander-in-chief. Well, now we know, according to our previous exploration of the UCMJ, that if they were disobeying an illegal order, not only is that not treasonous, but that is what they are bound by law to do. And when we watch the video published by these Democrats, it becomes clear that's exactly what they were telling them. They said, if Donald Trump ever gives you an illegal order, you should not follow it, merely mirroring Section 80, 90 through 92 of the UCMJ.
Yeah, sure, except for they're leaving the perception up to what they would perceive as illegal order or an unlawful order up to the person involved, meaning that the individual can say, well, I find this is unlawful or uncharacteristic of what I would typically do, so therefore I'm not going to follow this direct order, which would then be involving them directly disobeying the orders of their direct chief, which would then hold them in direct contempt, leading them to, again, being thrown in the break. So it goes both ways. And then also to say that he called directly for the execution is ludicrous. That never happened. He said that they should be held accountable, right? And then he followed that up with a post that said hang them, right? So to say like, oh well, he said this directly.
Wait, 1 second. Let's just go slower. Let's go 1 point at a time. So what was like your fucking sophistry that you just used to explain how they were engaging in treason, even though they explicitly said to only disobey an illegal order if you're given one? What was your explanation for why that's treasonous?
I started that off with saying that each individual would have to hold their perception of what they believe to be lawful.
Who's each individual?
Yeah, the individual that would be not following the direct order. So
like members of the military?
Sure.
Okay, and how does that make what they said treasonous?
So let's say that individual, again, the person who called for them to not follow the direct orders would be the one that would be committing the treason. The person who did not follow the direct order.
But why would that be treasonous? You still haven't given an explanation there.
Of course, so it's aiding and abetting the enemies of the state by way of causing conflict within. Yeah, sure. Would you let me finish? By way of causing conflict and subordinates within our military action.
Okay, but not all subordinates is unjustified. Not all subordinates is illegal. Not all subordinates is treasonous. Specifically, subordinates, okay, from disobeying an illegal order is not treasonous. So because they specifically clarified that you were only allowed to engage in said subordinates when you were given an illegal order, it's thereby not treasonous.
So again, though, if you would let me finish what I was saying, or if you had the comprehension skills to follow along with what I was saying, then you would have understood that exactly what I said was the individual that chose not to follow that direct order would have to choose to not follow said direct order based off their own perception of what would be unlawful or lawful.
And?
So if they chose to not follow
how does that make what the congressmen and women said treasonous? It doesn't.
Would you let me finish, please?
No, all that this means is if they made the incorrect judgment that an order was illegal when it was legal, okay, then they go to jail because they disobeyed a legal order, which is why the military gives our members of the military access to JAG lawyers. This doesn't make what the congressmen and women said treasonous. It just makes it important for members of the military to consult JAG lawyers about the legality of an order that they're given, so they're acting in accordance with the law in the UCMJ.
So then maybe they should have stated it that way instead of telling them to directly disobey said order. Maybe consult your JAG superiors in order to determine if whether or not this order was or was not lawful, and then they can make that said decision. However, to tell them, hey, based off of your experience and your perception, if you believe something to be unlawful or unjustified, then do not follow said order. That is specifically in subordinates of our military. And then I would even take it a step further and say that the actions that we see by the left, especially here recently on the same
You're a
subject.
liar. You just lied.
About what, sir?
That they said in accordance with your subjective seemings, if you think it's illegal, then they don't follow it. No, they said if it's illegal, don't follow it. Just like Section 80, 90, and 92 of the UCMJ.
You're a liar. Play it back. I never said that. I said it would be based off of their perception. They say somebody should or should not follow an order. It would be the perception of the individual that is following
okay.
Order.
So you think that the statement... I think I'm finally getting your argument. So your argument is, if you tell a member of our military to not follow an illegal order, and that's all you say, you don't explain the whole consult with the JAG lawyers thing, you're engaging in treason.
No, not necessarily.
Well, wasn't that what I thought your argument was, if you just tell a member of our military to disobey illegal orders without explaining to them that they should first consult with the JAG attorney or a lawyer first, well, then you're engaging in treason, because then you're leaving it up to the subjective preference and interpretation of that individual member of the military. And that preludes to them possibly disobeying legal orders, which could be aiding and abetting the enemies of the state. Meaning that you do indeed think that whenever anybody just says, and I quote, if you're a member of the military and you shouldn't follow legal orders, they're engaging in treason, because it could possibly lead to members of the military disobeying legal orders because of their subjective seemings about what is legal and what is illegal. It seems like you're saying, in order to recommend to members of our military that they shouldn't follow illegal orders, you also have to explicitly state, per your perspective, that in order for you to determine what an illegal order is, you have to consult with the JAG attorney.
So that's part of the argument, but that's not the completion of the argument. If you would have listened to what I was
well, I'm going to dispute that part of the argument. The reason why that part of the argument is false is because Section 80, 90, and 92 of the UCMJ are not treasonous, and Section 80, 90, and 92 of the UCMJ just say if you follow an illegal order, you're going to jail. they don't like the whole process about what is an illegal order. That's like totally separate from the legislation that makes it illegal for them to follow illegal orders. In fact, the introduction of JAG attorneys into the military and like the awareness and training in boot camp and from superiors inside of the military to foot soldiers in the military that they have access to consultations with these JAG attorneys is like the second step after we tell them not to follow legal orders. So it's like every single day in the military, people are told by their superiors to not follow illegal orders. When they take the oath to join the military, they're told not to follow legal orders. And none of those statements are treasonous, even though they don't explain that you should first consult with a JAG attorney, because those statements are true. Those statements are reflective of the law. Those statements are reflective of the Constitution. Those statements are reflective of, the supremacy clause in the Constitution. And the confusion that you're introducing, well, maybe this could lead to members of the military disobeying legal orders because they think they're illegal, and they're told to disobey legal orders. Well, that's what we solve with the JAG attorneys. We don't just say if you tell a member of the military to not follow legal orders that you're doing something treasonous, because it's not treasonous for the reasons that I just described.
Well, it would be the subordinates of the people that are making the instructions. For instance, the people that are saying, hey, you should not follow these direct orders by your commander-in-chief.
Yeah, there's nothing that's not subordinate if you're specifying illegal orders.
Yes, if you'd let me finish the argument, I would appreciate it. So those individuals...
The argument from hell that you maybe put 2 seconds of thought worth into with your 3 brain cells that you're getting fucking fried by a 21-year-old on TikTok, that argument?
Yeah.
I just want to let you know, this is light work for me. This is a fucking walk in the park, dude.
Fantastic. I'm glad you feel that way, because you still haven't even allowed me to finish the argument. You continue to interrupt me halfway through the argument so that you can try to pick apart...
Feel free to muddy the waters, bro. That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. So now if you would allow me to finish, that'd be fantastic. So are you going to allow me to finish, or are you going to continue to run?
Yeah, everybody, notice how he still quote hasn't finished the argument after making the argument for 20 minutes? Because the argument, it will never stop growing in complexity and growing in how many words he needs to explain it. So then the waters are forever muddy. This guy will never be able to reduce his argument down to like a very clean paragraph. And the reason why this guest will never be able to reduce his argument down to a clean paragraph is because that means that the waters wouldn't be muddy, meaning that he would lose the debate. He's just going to continue to add more words on top of what he's already lost on, just to continue to muddy the waters, and which I've attempted to clean up by clearly refuting what he's saying. Prove me wrong by reducing your argument down into a clean, easy to track paragraph that you can't then just turn around and say, well, actually, I never finished the argument, so your refutation of what I've already said is null and void because of what I'm about to say.
Yeah, fantastic. Are you going to allow me to do so uninterrupted?
Yeah, bro, just make it clear, please. Make it as clear and concise as possible insofar as why those Democrats that told members of the military to disobey any legal orders were guilty of treason. Make it as crystal clear and clean as possible.
Fantastic. I would love to do so. Would you go ahead and unplug that mic so that I know I can continue uninterrupted?
Nah, bro, just speak.
Okay, perfect. So here's the deal, right? So again, whenever we go back to the people that are relaying that information to the people in the military saying that you should not follow these direct orders by your commander-in-chief because they could, quote unquote, be lawful or unlawful, those individuals are engaging in treason because they are specifically trying to undermine the United States president, which was the commander-in-chief specifically only for political reasons, so that they could then weaken the quote unquote strength of our forces by people being, for one, thrown in the break, held not only criminally liable, but also civilly liable, potentially, for anything that they had done in the meantime of that. And then to stretch that furthermore, for the final part of this argument, I would say that it's definitely 100% not I would say even a threat for him to say that we should hold these people accountable. Just because somebody says that we should hold somebody accountable for the actions that they take is the equivalent of me saying that we should hold, say, the guy that shot Charlie Kirk accountable for a murder. It's not.
Yeah, notice how I asked you for a crystal clear word, like a paragraph about why you think they engaged in treason, and then by the end of this paragraph, you're no longer talking about why you think they engaged in treason, but why you don't think that Donald Trump threatened their lives. It's like you're literally just incapable of giving one succinct, crystal clear argument about why you think they engaged in treason. But I'll tell you what I did get from that. What I did get from that is you think that they engage in treason because they're trying to undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your argument?
Sure.
So, how is reminding members of the military that they shouldn't follow illegal orders and attempt to undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military?
Yeah, sure. The same way that so like let's use your logic, right? Let's go on a hypothetical here.
I just want an explanation.
Obama, yeah, so this hypothetical was an answer to your question, sir. So let's say Obama did something such as deport an American veteran. Would you be in support of that, or would you say that somebody should come out and say, "Oh, hey, Obama, maybe you shouldn't deport American citizens"?
Yeah, I wouldn't be in
And by the
support
way,
of that.
and by the way, that's not a hypothetical. That's an actual occurrence. Obama
Yeah.
definitely 100% supported an American.
Notice how he's pivoting. Because I just asked him for an explanation of how Democrats in Congress reminding members of the military to disobey illegal orders is them, quote unquote, trying to undermine our president for political reasons to weaken our military. And now he's claiming that Obama deported citizens. So, sir, without claiming that Obama deported citizens, can I please get an explanation about why you believe people reminding the military to disobey illegal orders if they're given one is an attempt to undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military?
Yeah, I already gave you that argument. You just kind of don't have the comprehension level from.
No, you didn't. I just asked you for that argument, and then you started talking about Obama deporting citizens. You have not given that argument.
I was going to give you a hypothetical that kind of correlates the
Listen, I'm just waiting for the explanation, sir.
You don't engage in any hypotheticals that you don't make, though, right? If you don't create the hypothetical, you don't engage in it.
Yeah, if a hypothetical is relevant to your explanation, that's fine. I'm just waiting for the explanation, please.
Okay, perfect. So then, if Obama were to deport an American citizen, would you say that in particular is a violation of our Constitution?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay, perfect. So under that same exact guidelines, individuals that tell somebody, hey, do not follow direct orders from the commander-in-chief, is that or is that not treason, sir?
Okay. It's not treasonous if they specify illegal orders, and it is treasonous if they're talking about legal orders.
Can you define treason?
I mean, you already did.
No, I gave you one part of the definition. Without looking it up, could you define treason?
Okay, so you're now asking me to define treason instead of giving an explanation for the claim that you made.
I want to make sure that you understand the words that I'm using, right? So treason is defined by
sorry, bro. I'm not willing to allow you to squirm away once again. I've been allowing you to squirm away for a while. Listen, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put you on mute, and I'm going to show everybody the Google Doc that I've created to track your argument. Let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm trying to get this guy to give me a crystal clear explanation of why he believes the Democrats in Congress that told members of our military to disobey illegal orders were guilty of treason. And this is his military. This was his argument. He said, the Democrats are guilty of treason because they're trying to undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military. So now I want an explanation of why you think that telling members of our military to disobey illegal orders is equal to trying to undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military. Go ahead, start speaking, be as succinct as possible, and I'm just going to write your explanation down word for word.
Yeah, so undermining the United States president by way of telling any military or service member to not follow direct orders because they may or may not be unlawful is completely treasonous for the reason of, for one, they don't even know what orders would be given to them. They're just specifically specifying to use their own particular judgment to make.
Okay, bro, I'm sorry. Listen, we're all, dude, look at this yap. Look at this. Just look at this yap, bro. The question that I'm asking you is, why do you think it is treasonous for members of the military? Okay. Why do you think it's treasonous to tell members of the military to not follow illegal orders? And why do you think that is an attempt to undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military?
Yeah, because are they the commander in chief?
Undermining the president by way of telling service members to not follow direct orders because they may or not be unlawful. Like, bro, just like quit the yap, make it clear, and make it succinct. I literally don't think that you will be able to provide me a clear and succinct explanation of why reminding members of our military to disobey illegal orders is quote unquote undermining the president for political reasons to weaken our military. I challenge you to give me a clear and succinct explanation of why that is an attempt to undermine our president for political reasons to weaken our military in like 4 sentences or less.
Yeah, perfect. Let's start with the definition of undermining. Can you define undermining, please?
Well, it is your argument. It's your words. Thereby, you would be the one with the burden to define the language.
Fantastic.
Let me specify this for you because you interrupted me. Why would I be the one defining the words that you're using? No. When you make an argument, you are the one that is using the words in the way in which you intend them to be used, to then demonstrate the point in which you intend to demonstrate. So when you make an argument using the language in which you believe to be representative of your point, you're specifically using that language in the way that you understand it. So making an argument and then asking the person that you're debating to define the words that you are using is completely meaningless, considering the fact that the words that you are using are only meaningful in the way that you intend to use them. Not the way that I intend to use them. Not the way that I would use them. If my definition of like, take the word undermining, for instance, is different than your definition of the word undermining, then the only definition that matters here is yours, because you're the one that invoked the term in your argument. You're attempting to be pedantic, and you're attempting to engage in bad faith, technically fallacious gotchas, to attempt to distract away from the fact that I've asked you maybe 10 times now to give a succinct and crystal clear explanation in like less than 3 to 4 sentences about why reminding members of the military to disobey illegal orders would undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military. An explanation for why you think that claim is true, by the way, would not necessitate any questions directed from you to me. The reason why your explanation of why you think that claim is true would not necessitate any questions from you to me is because questions attempt to gain information from the person that you are asking the question. But there is no information that I have in my head that you would need to gain access to explain the claim that you made. Which is why questions are not needed in your explanation. So go ahead. Give your crystal clear explanation in less than 3 or 4 sentences about why you believe members of the military, or I guess members of Congress, anybody, reminding members of the military to disobey an illegal order if they're given one is quote unquote undermining the president for political reasons to weaken our military.
Yeah, we can start with a very easy acknowledgement. Number one, the people that are making these statements are indeed not any direct supervisor or higher up or senior of those people they're telling this to. So therefore, number one, they do not have any potential to tell anyone in there in which what to do. Okay, the president of the United States is the commander in chief. So the fact that they are trying to implement their logic is their attempt to undermine the president. Does that make sense to you, or is that comprehension level still a little bit too high for you?
Okay, so it seems like the first reason that you gave is because this statement is treasonous because the people making this statement are not active duty in the military. The refutation to the statement is pretty clear.
What you got from that? That's what you got from that? No, I said that they are not. They are not. Okay, I can't stress that enough. The people making the statement in Congress are not the direct supervisor or superior officer to these individuals they are saying this to. Therefore, their attempt to have them act upon their own opinions is the attempt to undermine their actual commander-in-chief. Donald Trump would be their commander-in-chief. Can we not agree to that? And then, by the way, this isn't even the argument that I wanted to come up here. This is the argument that
Okay,
you wanted
perfect.
to lead the conversation.
Okay. Would you say that this is an accurate representation of the reason why you think that members of the military, members of Congress reminding members of the military to disobey illegal orders is, quote unquote, undermining the president for political reasons to weaken our military? Quote unquote, the people who are making these statements are not active duty in the military. They are not the direct superiors to the people they are saying this to. Thereby, the attempt to get them to listen to their opinions are undermining the president.
So it's not listen to their opinions, it's listen to their orders, rather.
Orders.
Because they're
So not
ordering
opinions,
them.
not orders. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure.
Would you like to know
Go
the
ahead and
reason?
comment on your argument,
Would you like
Scott.
to know the explanation why this reason that you granted is false?
Sure.
Because of this part right here. You said the attempt to get them to listen to their orders are undermining the president. So this is false. The authority of the statement coming from those congressmen and women that they shouldn't follow illegal orders is not rooted within those individual congressmen and women that are not in the military. But the authority is rather rooted within the UCMJ and the Constitution, such as Section 80, 90, 92. So you're wrong. See how
So
easy it
basically
is
your
for me to
whole
prove you
argument was-
wrong when
Well,
I'm
they
able
didn't-
to
they
write
didn't
out what you
tell
say?
us that. Okay. Yeah, if you say so, bud. So how about we get into what I actually come up here to debate about?
I'm so
instead of
sorry.
your
Are you running away?
No, not at all. I'm trying to debate what I came up
Okay.
here to talk
So
about.
so
The
do you
fact the very first
do,
thing I said.
do you accept my explanation of why your reason, why that action was undermining the president for political reasons to weaken our military was false?
No, I don't.
Why not?
It's very simple. You can read that very same text that you just read right there, and then understand that
Oh yeah.
them giving.
Oh, you don't seem to be
form of
understanding the question that I'm asking you. Listen.
orders.
Listen.
to the
You seem to
military.
be understanding. Let me repeat the question that I'm asking you. I'm not asking you if you understand why I disagree with the highlighted claim on screen. I'm asking you if you understand my reasons why I disagree with this highlighted explanation on screen. Specifically, I'm asking you to concede or refute the critique that the highlighted explanation is false because of the highlighted text. You said this is an attempt to get members of the military to listen to the orders from the congressmen and women that are not the superiors of the members in the military. Therefore, they're undermining the president. The critique is the authority of the statement from the congressmen and women is not the congressmen and women. The authority of the statement from the congressmen and women is rather the Constitution in sections 80, 90, and 92 of the UCMJ, which absolutely reigns supreme to members of the military because members of the military have to act in accordance with the UCMJ and the Constitution. Therefore, the authority established in the statements from the congressmen and women is a true governing a body of authority over members of the military.
No, because I have to say that their intent, the intent of the congressmen and women, was that of making these individuals.
Okay,
use
so we're
their own-
completely scrapping this argument because this argument does not mention intent. So you completely concede this argument, right?
You can just simply put the intent.
Okay,
before their
but
orders.
you concede this argument. As it is, do you concede the argument as it is?
No.
Okay, if you
This is the
don't
same thing.
concede the argument as it is, then tell me what is the counter argument to the last suggestion that I just made?
Yeah, so it says it right there. Thereby, the attempt to get them to listen to their orders, as in their attempt would be their attempt to push their perception onto the individuals, in which that would be making
Oh yeah,
the overall.
yeah.
decision
Once
whether or not
again,
to follow or
that's
follow.
not their perception. That's the law.
Really. So who would perceive if something would be or would not be justifiable in the moment of time?
Okay. Massive mistake that you just made. They did not say that the congressmen and women should listen to what they think is illegal. No, they just said that they should refuse to follow what is illegal. What determines what is an illegal order?
Based off if it was legal or not, if it was upheld.
The
within
law,
the-
right? So the governing body of authority that underpins, okay, the quote-unquote order is not any individual such as these congressmen and women. It is the law, the UCMJ, Section 80 of the UCMJ, Section 90 of the UCMJ, Section 92 of the UCMJ, the second article of the Constitution, the supremacy clause in the second article of the Constitution, military courts, and the criminal justice system as a whole.
Yeah,
when
except for their
you
intent
say
is literally
when you
to
say
subordinate
when you
the
say
president.
that you cannot listen, I'll give you an analogy here. When you say that you cannot murder other people, and you're speaking in a legal sense, are you the authority for that cannot, or is the law the authority for the cannot?
So the law would be, however, you have to acknowledge that perception would overall be the reasoning, the deciding factor for an individual.
Oh, wait. Wait. So then you concede this argument, because this argument doesn't mention perception.
Did what? I mentioned perception 1,000 times. You just
Wait,
never wrote it down.
where in the highlighted argument does it mention anything to do with perception?
So you weren't listening to anything that I've said. Wait,
no. I wrote down your argument. Then I had you explicitly and verbally affirm that I was correctly representing your argument. The reason why I did this, and the reason why I know I did this, is because it wasn't even 15 minutes ago that I made a very explicit and clear claim. That was, you lose a debate, and then you muddy the waters of the debate that you just lost by yapping, by saying words and attempting to make your argument infinitely and forever expanding, which is why I had you write down your argument so we could understand with clarity specifically the reasons why you're arguing that that was unconstitutional and treasonous for the congressmen and women to do. So you do concede the argument that you have on screen because now you're adding more on. We're going to go ahead and restart.
I literally said before you even started writing this down that the individual carrying out the order would have to use their perception in the moment to determine if whether or not
So how do we change this argument to make it better representative of why you believe them telling members of the military to disobey legal orders is undermining the presidency? What should I change in here? Tell me where to go, what I should revise in this to make it better representative of your argument.
Listen, again, just because that you can't follow along, like the comprehension level that you have is very low, does not mean that I have to projection to run away from specifying your clarifications of your position because you know you can't clarify and this is all word salad. What specifically should I clarify in your argument here? Tell me where I should go, if I should insert text here, insert text here. Go down to point two. Point two.
Okay.
Right there where it says number 2, sir. Go ahead and go down right there to number 2.
We'll just finish off this one. Okay. So I put something right here.
Leave it 2. Go back down, put it number 2. Okay, the second part of this would be the perception of the individual that would be following out the order and the intent of the congressmen and women that were giving said instructions to not follow said or unsaid law.
Now take that concept and repackage it in a cohesive way that makes sense. Insofar as explaining a reason why it is true that if a member of the Congress tells people in the military to disobey an illegal order, that they're guilty of attempting to undermine the president for political reasons. How about this? Start when I finish speaking. I want you to start speaking when I finish speaking. The reasons why anybody reminding members of the military to disobey legal orders is an attempt to undermine the president for political reasons to weaken our military is because
of the intent that they're using to specifically undermine the president of the United States by way of telling individual service members to use their perception to justify whether or not an act or order would be lawful or unlawful within their perception of that particular moment.
Okay. Did I appropriately represent your claim?
The intentions they are using to undermine the president by telling members of the military to use their perceptions of the legality of the order and whether or not
Okay, is this claim true?
And go to the bottom and finish the statement here. And whether or not the order is lawful or unlawful in many cases would have to be held within the perception of the individual choosing to follow or not follow said order.
Would this not just make the UCMJ treasonous because the UCMJ tells them to not follow illegal orders? And per this claim, that would reduce down to the perception of the individual member of the military?
So then you would have to continue in the USMJ or the UCMJ to see where it continues to say that any individual that would be following orders that are illegal and the chain of command in which they are to subject themselves to. So that means that if an individual knows an order is illegal, then yes, of course, they would not follow said order. However, if an individual does not know said order is illegal, they would then carry out this order regardless of the fact that they knew or did not know that said order was illegal.
This isn't the question that I'm asking you. Your statement says, one of the reasons why this is treasonous is because the perception on if the order is illegal or not would reduce down to the individual. And you're saying that when the congressmen and women said to disobey illegal orders, the reason why that's treasonous is because ultimately that will reduce down to the perception of the individual to make that decision. Their perception could be wrong. But couldn't that same thing be said to be true about the legal mandate that applies to members of the military to disobey illegal orders? Because ultimately it's going to reduce down to the perception of the member of the military to either follow or to not follow an order based upon they think it's legal or illegal, since the UCMJ tells them that they shouldn't follow ones in which are illegal, meaning that per this argument, you think that the UCMJ in of itself is treasonous?
No, not at all. So there's
Okay. So you don't think that the UCMJ is treasonous for telling members of the military to disobey illegal orders, even though ultimately the perception on if an order is illegal reduces down to the mind of the beholder, to the individual serviceman or woman. Okay, so then I just say that same thing. One moment. I just say that same thing about these congressmen and women.
I'm going to put it in my background so that you can read it clearly, because obviously your comprehension levels are very slow.
Yeah, every time I cook you, you just say that I'm bad at comprehending. Every time I cook you, you just say that I'm bad at comprehending.
You don't follow along, okay? So
I'm literally following along so well that I've written your positions down. You can't say that I'm not following along when I've literally written down your argument.
Which is crazy. It's absolutely insane, the fact that you can't comprehend, even though you wrote it down, right?
Okay, well, now you're just engaging in an ad hominem attack. You're not actually responding to the point that I made. This is a very strict textbook example of an ad hominem logical fallacy. The reason why this is a very strict textbook example of an ad hominem logical fallacy is because instead of explaining why my refutation was unsuccessful in disproving your claim, you are rather just claiming it was unsuccessful due to my comprehension issues by just saying that I have comprehension issues. That's another bad faith debate tactic of yours. I want you to go ahead and very specifically respond to the rebuttal and falsify the rebuttal. Once again, the rebuttal is, so if you're telling us here that ultimately one of the reasons why it was treasonous for members of Congress to tell members of the military to disobey illegal orders is because at the end of the day, that will fall down to the perception of the military member, and if they think it is illegal or if they think it's not illegal. And because it ultimately reduces down to their perception in all scenarios, and their perception could be wrong, then thereby the members of the Congress telling this to members of the military is causing members of the military to possibly make bad decisions, in the sense that what they're following and arguing is an illegal order could in all reality actually be illegal order. But in the same way, the congressmen and women said, don't follow the illegal orders that you're given, which ultimately reduces down to their perception. The UCMJ tells members of the military to not follow illegal orders that they're given, which ultimately reduces down to their perception. So would you very specifically claim that section 80, 90, and 92 of the UCMJ are false? Are treasonous?
Yeah, so if you look into the UCMJ, you'll actually find several individual parts that are outside of just the one particular part that you're instructing that would actually call for these individuals to make further attempts to find out whether or not a said or unsaid action is legal or not illegal. So, for instance, if somebody has said, and we can use an actual raid. So let's use the Osama bin Laden raid, right in 2012. That's very popular, right? You can look all over the place and see, all kind of different information on it. So the individual that actually went in there, are you familiar with SEAL Team 6 and the individual that allegedly unalived Osama bin Laden?
Robert O'Neill did not kill Osama bin Laden.
Love that guy. Yeah. So
wait, you love Robert O'Neill?
So would you just listen for a second?
He's fucked up. You should hate that guy.
Why would I hate an American hero?
Because he wants sex slaves.
Okay.
Oh, hello?
So you want me to condemn somebody based off of their internal belief that I don't even know to be factual? I'm sorry.
You could know this to be factual by going on my Twitter account. He said he wanted me to be his forced sex slave.
Oh my God, are you serious? So
yes!
somebody in literal, somebody who's literally being sarcastic, you're taking that. So it's the same thing as you crashing out over
No,
your
bro!
right?
You would think, sarcastic? Okay, well, I don't think it's okay to, like, say that you want to rape people, even if it's sarcasm. That's no better. The only difference between saying that you want to rape somebody seriously and saying that you want to rape somebody sarcastically is in the scenario that it's sarcastic. At least you know that you're not actually going to get raped. But then at that point, it falls down to if you know it. Because how do we really know that he was being sarcastic? My point is that anytime somebody says that they want to rape another person, regardless if it's serious or sarcastic, they're probably not an American hero. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. Robert O'Neill's definitely an American hero.
Hi, bro.
Part of the
Sorry, dude. You're calling somebody an American hero that said they wanted to rape me. So I'm actually going to have to kick you for that one. Let's go to get that next guest connected. I'm sorry, man. I tried to put a lot of time into explaining to you why your argument was false. But if you're going to be calling people American heroes that said that they want to rape me, I'm going to have to move on. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. What the fuck, dude? Come on, guys. Please don't call individuals who said that they wanted to rape me American heroes. That's not funny. That's not cool. Let's go to get that next guest connected. For everybody hanging out with us, I appreciate y'all for being here. You guys are awesome. We have a couple people to thank. I haven't thanked any of the donors in quite a while because I was caught up in that conversation. I think that conversation did really well at exposing the idiocracy of MAGA, though. The mental gymnastics. Holy shit.
Hello?
Age, please.
Hello?
Why am I even asking? Let's go to get the next guest connected. Nathan, join up. I have a question. Don't dodge. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Here we go.
Hello.
Hey, do you support Trump?
Before you kick me out, can I just
No. Sorry, dude. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Hey. Yeah, we certainly do have a couple of people to thank here. On Venmo, thank you so much, Jared, for the $25, who says, ask this ding-dong if Trump ordered the military to mass unalive U.S. citizens. Should they question the legality of the order or just comply and figure it out later? On God. Thank you for the $25, Jared. Yeah. You know, I would rate that last guest's mental gymnastics a good, 7 out of 10. He was pretty good at jumping through those hoops. What do you guys think? Can we agree that that last guy was pretty good at jumping through hoops? I mean, even if the hoop jumping was just kind of talking, just talking to talk, saying random fucking shit, you know, he was able to talk a lot. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Trump.
And you are a weirdo. Can't hit the C5 on the weirdo, but I still mean it, though. Thank you so much for the, Lovey. Thank you for the 50 cents. You says dinner's on me tonight. You could keep the rest. Let's get it. Let's go, Lovey. Mine. Thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, a way to avoid the trolls. Tell people that are looking to debate to send $5 through Venmo. And if they're a legit debater, then you'll send the money back. If they're a troll, you keep it. You are like the billionth person that's made that suggestion. But I just feel like it'd be so hard to pull off effectively. William, do you support Trump?
No, I just came on to ask you a couple questions.
Sorry, today we're looking for some Trump supporters. You know what, bro? I actually am down. Hey, listen. Well, okay, I was about to say, if you're in the queue and you're actually a Trump supporter that wants to debate, send me $5 on Venmo and I'll refund it to you if you're actually an American adult that's down to support Trump. But we also have a lot of people in the queue. So I'd probably get quite a couple of $5 donos, right? So then how would I keep track of who's who? How would I keep track of who I'm refunding? That'd probably take a lot of time. So that's another complication. Richard, do you support Trump? It's definitely a Trump supporter, you guys, because they just played an audio clip of somebody screaming the N-word. So a lot of Trump supporters aren't really too concerned with the state of the nation, what we're doing to make the state of the nation better off, or what we're doing to help people.
Hey, Dean, do you support, can you support modeling? Can you survive modeling? Can you survive?
But they're rather just super racist. So definitely MAGA, but clearly we're going to ban them for that. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Wayne. You asked me to be quiet about it, so I will not say that out loud. You should check my response to that though, Wayne. I really appreciate you, dude. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Deck? Hello? Deck's not here. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be here to debate, everybody. Everybody in the chat, you can't fucking spell. Please look at the way the message that you were spam sending is spelled. Just take a moment. Remember. Remember.
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 30.
That's fucking embarrassing. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, and then Mike, the floor will be yours to tell us why. Okay?
All right.
Sounds good. Lauren, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Suzanne with the $20 says mom/grandma here, regular listener. Keep giving us hope. I appreciate you, Suzanne. Cameron with the $20 as well says thank you for continuing to educate people every day. Always listening. You're a lifesaver. Well, I'm so happy to have you here. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Same thing to Gav with the $10 who says thanks for debating Cass. Oh, bro, you saw that, dude? I destroyed her in sub 10 minutes. Thank you, Violet, for the $10 as well. Who says I've been a fan for a while. I hope that the trolls go away soon. Keep on doing what you do. Thank you, Violet. And then Joe, thank you so much for the $10. And Jared, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get 250 Jared W's down below in the comment section. I will definitely be checking that book out, Jared. You are awesome, and you know it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Jonah, thank you for the $100 on Venmo, who says, here's $1 for every troll that you've had to endure today. Jonah, you are the GOAT. That is so kind of you. What the hell? Thank you, Jonah. Jonah with $100. Thank you so much. That is Jona. Let's get 1,000 Jonah W's. That is fucking unbelievable. I'm very grateful to you. And, dude, what the hell? Same thing to you, Stefan. Thank you for the $100. What's going on? Stefan with the $100 says, hey, Dean, just spoke with Theodore Roosevelt, who told me that you're doing a great job and you deserve this donation. Don't let the trolls get you down. What you do is so valuable, and we all love and support you. Wishing you, your girlfriend, and Momo the best. You are so fucking kind, and I'm so fucking happy that I understand that Theodore Roosevelt reference from that clip of Trump a couple days ago, or I would be so confused reading that donation and probably questioning if you're okay. Just know that I appreciate you. Show some massive love to Jonah and Stefan down below in the comment section. Genuinely, you guys are so kind. Same thing to Marisol. Thank you so much for the $43 donor who says, doing the world a favor. Please keep it up. I try my very best, Marisol. Thank you for the kindness. Please show some love to Marisol down below. KB, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat. That is so much money. Thank you, KB. KB with the 50 says, as a retired military vet of 25 years and of service, we are required to know the UCMJ. The caller knows nothing about military justice. Yeah, he's just a sophist trying to run frontline defense for Trump whenever he can. Jose, thank you for the $100 on Super Chat. What is going on today? I have no fucking clue. Jose with $100 says, 14, just joined the live, and sure enough, you are being subjected to a MAGA pretzel vomiting. The argument that saying do not follow legal orders is aiding and abetting the enemy. MAGA will say that the blue sky is black and rain is sunshine. Yeah, isn't that crazy that we had a Trump supporter explicitly argue that saying do not follow legal orders is aiding and abetting the enemy? You know what? That means that the law is the enemy. The Constitution is the enemy, and that's an issue. On PayPal, thank you, Bree, for the $50 as well, who says, when Georgia said that a situation doesn't exist where a woman has to get a C-section before viability, she was so wrong. It happened to my mom 4 months into pregnancy. Thankfully that they both live, but it does happen. I love you. I love all that you do. Well, thank you, Georgia. I know who you're talking about. That was one of the women on the Surrounded episode. She was so fucking wrong, and she fucking sucked too. Thank you so much for the $10, Zachariah. Thank you. Let's hear Megan with the $10 as well, who says, typical of the right to normalize and excuse violence. Oh, very fucking typical. Brian, thank you for the $10, for the $20. Who says, I'll keep the message to myself. I don't know. That could be a plausible explanation, but just know that I appreciate you. And we have a couple more people to thank. I don't even know what to say. You guys have been so fucking kind. I'll thank them in the middle of this debate, just because there's literally so many of you guys. I don't know what to say. I don't know why you guys have been so kind to me today. Just know that I'm so grateful for y'all. We're going to pass the mic to this guest so they could take the argument away, but please do show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. I apologize for making you wait, man. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
It's all good. So there's there's three main reasons. Number one, I like what he's doing for the border in terms of not people, but like drugs coming in.
What is he doing for the border in terms of drugs?
So I'm just gonna use like the term like Fenty.
I might have to kick you for that.
Oh God, really?
I'll let it slide. If you get a restriction though, I'm gonna kick you that warning. Just say F drug in the future.
Okay, so I like what he's doing in terms of F drug because you know, I mean it's kind of personal to me. I've had some friends that have unfortunately passed from it.
Yeah, bro. My uncle died from an overdose. I don't think that excuses your baseless support for policy that doesn't exist, just to in turn uplift a rapist into a position of power to fuck the world over. Listen, at the end of the day, dude, Donald Trump has done nothing for drugs coming across the southern border. Absolutely nothing. Because the cartels that want to traffic drugs into America will specifically go through citizens, because citizens undergo less scrutiny at the southern border compared to undocumented immigrants, okay? And Donald Trump has done nothing to crack down on the citizens coming in through legal ports of entry carrying drugs.
Well, I mean, what about the ships that are coming in, like blowing them up?
Yeah, he committed one war crime in the South Caribbean Sea, September of last year. That was bad because it violated international law, but clearly Donald Trump doesn't care about drugs coming into America, or else he wouldn't have extended a full and complete presidential pardon to the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked 400 tons of the sea drug into our country.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so you don't think that like helped at all? Because like if you look at the CDC data, like the amount of overdoses have gone down since his presidency. I mean, they went down during Biden's presidency, but they do continue to go down during his presidency. So he must be doing something right.
So the reason why I don't think that double tap on the ship in the South Caribbean helped at all is because it wasn't even going to America. It was going to Angola and Africa. So that definitely didn't help, right? Because they weren't even coming here. But
how do you know that?
Because of the trajectory of the boat, the level of the amount of gas that they had, they really could have only landed at Angola in Africa. That was like the determination made by institutions of journalism, and I'm pretty sure even a preliminary investigation into the strike after it happened by our government.
Gotcha.
But the second thing I'll say here is you just said it yourself. You said that, well, the amount of ODs has been going down under Trump, but we also saw a continual decrease under Biden. Okay? I think one of the main things that is motivating this is society just generally becoming more aware to the F drug and its effects that it has on killing people, as well as companies like End Overdose actively working every single day to ensure that more people are more familiar with things such as Narcan, as well as maybe some legislative shifts of just all things considered, making the economy better off, and which in turns makes we the people better off, which makes us less likely to do drugs and then die from ODs. And that trend has continued under Trump. I don't think that he's done anything to influence that trend. It's just the continuation of a trend. If anything, he's done something to influence the opposite, which is just destroy the economy, increase unemployment, make more people unhappy and unemployed, which just drives more people to drug use.
Okay. Well, what about DHS claiming that fentanyl trafficking at the southern border fell under Trump?
My friend, we had to kick you because you said it. We had to kick you because you said it, dude. Yeah, what you're talking about is F-drug trafficking from undocumented immigrants, which was already minimal. But I would definitely assume that that's gone down with the level of undocumented entry going down because of Donald Trump being a fascist and infringing on the human constitutional natural rights of immigrants who were already here. I just say that, like, it wasn't too much and probably not too impactful. Kinsey, think of the galaxy. Plus, I don't think that the means justify the ends. I don't think that engaging in human rights violations to reduce the level of the F-drug being trafficked into America is too meaningful. Or I actually think that's a bad thing. Hello, do you support Trump, Ethan?
We are Dean Withers.
That was kind of funny. I like the guitar. Like, I don't even know if that was a guitar. The string instrument in the background that totally could have been a piece of floss connected to a toothpick. It was pretty funny. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go, everyone. Only up inside of the box if you happen to be here for a debate, y'all. Only up inside of the box if you happen to be here for a debate. On PayPal. Thank you so much, Pumpkin Slasher. Oh, I remember you. I debated you earlier. We changed your mind. Thank you for the $50, Pumpkin Slasher. Let's get 500 Pumpkin Slasher W's. Pumpkin with a $50 says, hey, Dean, it's Pumpkin Splasher. Just debated you. Thanks for debating me. You actually made me rethink abortion. You made me rethink early term abortions and allowing women to choose based on their own morals. I now think early term abortions are completely fine. You know what, bro? That's a W, because even though we may not completely ideologically align insofar as like what your cutoff is, but I guess we could because you didn't specify your cutoff. That's going to keep you from voting for very harmful and aggressive politicians and legislation to ban it at any points or for rape victims. So I think that's great. I'm happy that I was able to change your mind on that. And seriously, thank you for the $50, dude. Stefan, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. David, thank you for the $5. Alec, thank you for the $10, who says, I really appreciate your work and what you do. Well, thank you, Alec. Bria, thank you so much for the $50. Wow. Bria with a $50 says, hey, again from Australia. I just found out that my daughter is the biggest fan of you, as am I. Please shout her out. Her name is Marley Simon. You're awesome. I really hope that you guys are still here because you guys did send this donation in quite a while ago. I'm still catching up on those that came in before my last hour debate with an idiot. But if you guys are still watching, Marley Simon, shout out to you and shout out to your mom. You guys are great. Thank you for being here. I hope that you guys have enjoyed the debate so far today, and I hope that you enjoyed the rest of the stream. Thank you for the $50. Same thing to you, Cameron. Thank you for the $40. Who says, in the last 40 years, over 2.3 million votes cast, 1,600 are fraudulent. That's 0.0007%. Yes, and then the Trump supporters will convince you that it's the biggest issue ever, all because they're pissed off about the outcome of the 2020 election, and Donald Trump has to perpetually justify that, because if he were to admit that he was wrong, he'd look like an idiot. Thank you so much for the $40 and the absolute truth nuke, my friend. Same thing to Alexis. Thank you so much for the $50. You guys are so fucking God. I don't know what's going on today. Alexis with the 50 says, how do you feel about Trump's AI generated videos on Twitter? Not only does he hate America, he also hates drinking water too. Oh my God. You know what? It's not just Trump, but old people in general and their fucking AI shit posting. That is something that needs to be addressed. Please, boomers, stop AI shit posting for the love of God.
Are you finally done grifting?
Well, you know what? I was going to put a pause on it. Listen, I was going to put a pause on the amount of people that I were thinking so that I could finally pass the mic to you. But you know what? Because of that heinous allegation, an insult and an attack against my character that is bad faith and false by nature. You know what? In fact, no. In fact, I am not done. In fact, I am nowhere close to being done. Thank you so much for the, let's see here. For the $10, Megan, who says, typical of the right to normalize and excuse violence. So fucking true. And then Zachariah, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you for the love on Super Chat. Thank you for the $20. Samura, who says, I know that it's way too late, but the way that you flipped the cake analogy earlier was actually insane. My jaw literally dropped. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you for the 20 minutes, Samura. And the part about the last part of that donation, that was about yesterday, not today. Thank you so much. Cecilia with a $1. Thank you, Tia with a 5. Thank you, Sharon with a 5. Thank you, Flynn with a 5. Thank you so much, Jenna with the $1. Thank you, Vera with a $5. And Bethany, thank you for the $1. And now we're actually caught up. What the hell are you doing?
Huh?
What the hell are you doing?
What are you doing?
Well, why are you back? I guess I clicked on you. I didn't think it was Isabella, but now I see that it is.
Now you do see it is me?
Yeah. What do you want?
I actually donated 1 cent to you. And first of all, I would like that back. But also, second of all, if you could tell your whole fan club to stop body shaming, that'd be great, because it's kind of crazy that you guys talk about all this, and then now I'm getting death threats, and then also
people body shaming
shamed more than anything else. Yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that. If you're watching, please don't body shame the guests.
It's y'all can comment on anything else other than that. It's kind of crazy.
Hey, listen. First point, you're totally right about this. Nobody should be body shaming you, because body shaming is 110% wrong. And I couldn't agree with
y'all
you.
Can at least say something about MAGA.
Let me finish speaking.
Oh, okay.
And I couldn't agree with you more. You are 110% correct in your claim that it is a terrible thing when people watching this live stream will send you a DM and body shame you. Next point, you are also 110% a fucking hypocrite. Because when Donald Trump makes fun of disabled people on stage, you don't care. When Donald Trump calls female reporters
I didn't know
piggies,
that he did that. Oh,
you don't give a fuck.
My status is 167. Oh, never mind. Now it's 69. Oh. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, I didn't know that he made fun of disabled people, because that's terrible.
Okay, so you don't support Trump the same way you don't support the people that body shamed you, right?
Well,
yeah, actually, you still do support.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, you
No,
still
it
do
really
support the
does not.
ableist body shaming assholes president. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's
no,
why you're a fucking
because
hypocrite.
Your fans will come back. They will not stop. The thing is that it's been going on for days ever since I've been up. And
Yeah, I don't think that you're hearing me close enough. I meant it when I said that you were 110% correct when you condemned the people who were body shaming you. and I will happily join in on that notion with you, and I'll happily tell everybody watching that it is really fucked up to body shame anybody, including the Trump supporters that join my live. But once again, you are a hypocrite. You care about it when it's directed towards you.
No,
but you
'cause that
don't
makes no
care
sense.
about it
I'm not
when
the
it's
one body
not
shaming
directed
anyone.
towards you.
I continue to spread kindness, and I would never body shame anyone.
But then you support the worst body shamer ever, Mr. Donald Trump, making fun of disabled people, calling women piggies, depicting black people as monkeys,
No, I can
as
condemn
president.
that. I can condemn that.
Can you, though? Because if you allow it to be in the Oval Office, are you really condemning it? If you're going to allow that to be in the Oval Office, if you're going to allow that to be the most powerful man alive, what does the word condemnation even mean beyond a baseless virtue signal that doesn't fucking matter?
What was the last point?
Well,
Sorry,
my
the
one
comments
point
were like-
was the word condemn loses all value. It loses all value and it becomes completely arbitrary and meaningless when you're still willing to allow that into the Oval Office.
Okay, see, I understand your point, but that doesn't correlate with any of that because they're not the president. I'm not the president, and they're coming after me. So no, that's not hypocritical at all.
Think about it this way. These people that are like body shaming you a lot, would you ever give them a job opportunity?
Though. Like,
answer my question. These people that are body shaming you a lot, would you ever give them a job opportunity?
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't know because they're online.
We're assuming that you
who
know
they are.
exactly who they are. You're looking for some employees. You're going to pay them a lot of money. Would you ever give one of them a job opportunity?
It depends what the career field is.
Why?
Because if you're good at a job, like if there's few people out there that can do this job, then it's going to be hard to find someone else.
Meanwhile, they're just like raping people and body shaming you. You're going to
You never literally said that. Now you're just putting words out there.
And it just
As in
happened to be
rape,
mirroring
rape,
other
like, what?
attributes of Trump onto these people. Yeah. Trump's a rapist, dude. Sorry about it. It's a fact.
Yeah, and I condemn that. I condemn all the bad
Can
things.
you
that have been
condemn that
done.
too? Yeah, would you ever?
Because that was in the past, Dean.
Why does that matter?
It was 20 plus years ago.
And why does that matter?
Because what? Like, I'm not the same person I was 20 years ago.
Yeah,
oh,
but
wait, because I didn't exist.
Were you raping people 20 years ago?
I didn't exist. That's what I just said.
Think about it this way. I agree that people can change. But I also agree that the statement, people can change, is an overgeneralization that, although it is true in many circumstances, is also false in many circumstances. People can become better when the thing that they're attempting to improve from was a slip of their judgment, was an error in the way in which they thought, was an example of an exuberance of immaturity, an example of social pressures, an example of control. But I don't think that people could change in ways that are not just mere examples of immaturity, social conditioning, or simply being wrong, but rather examples of ways in which they lack core foundational moral values. I think that raping another person demonstrates that you lack core foundational moral values. And I am not convinced that those are core foundational moral values that you can change. Convince me that somebody can go from caring about others so little that they're willing to rape them to caring about others so much that they're willing to be the best president in history of this country for the benefit of
Okay,
the
I
people.
concede. I concede.
So you're not a Trump supporter?
I don't know about that one.
So then what the hell are you conceding?
I mean, like...
Then what the fuck are you conceding?
It's like I don't support any of that stuff that he's done at all, but I just don't think that I could support Kamala.
Why?
And the whole reason I even
Why?
like was up here
Why?
was because I keep getting death threats
Wait,
from
we've never talked about this, Isabella. Why couldn't you
What?
support Harris?
because
Because?
it's like the Democratic Party.
Okay. Thank you for giving me zero explanatory power
I just
for your
explained
view.
it. What do you mean? Democratic Party.
And
And
we're like, what about the Democratic Party, specifically Kamala Harris? Could you not support?
like, you guys just proved my point earlier. You like, it doesn't matter what side I'm on, I'm still gonna get comments like that. Like, what?
Yeah, because you're a woman. Yes, women are fucking oppressed. It doesn't matter if you're a woman on the left or a woman on the right. Women are treated like shit in society.
But the
Which is
thing
actually why you
that
should be
it's
on the
all
left.
coming from women.
Because we kind of want to do something about that.
women. It's kind of crazy because it's all coming from women.
Okay. Sometimes people are just bad people. And when,
Yeah.
and when we're looking at a collective of 340 million Americans, when we're looking at two political parties that have registered affiliates, upwards of 120 million individuals in each party, it's not like every single member of one of those two parties is going to be virtuous. There are Democrats who are rapists. There are Democrats who are murderers. There are Democrats who are predators. There are Democrats who are pedophiles. There are Democrats who are Satanists. They're like the bad Satanists, like they literally think the devil's real and they praise him. There are Democrats who are arsonists. There's Democrats who are kidnappers. There's Democrats who are DVers. There's Democrats who are animal abusers, because there are 135 million Democrats. But what I would say is that there are more Democrats who are not any of these things compared to what we see in the GOP, because the leaders of the GOP directly represent these things compared to the leaders of the Democratic Party. You wouldn't be able to point towards a Democratic politician that raped a woman, then won a presidency, then argued his rape victim should be thrown in jail. You won't be able to point out a Democratic politician who openly celebrates the deaths or calls for the deaths of their political opposition. You won't be able to point us towards a Democratic politician who is willing to take the bare essentials away from millions of Americans just to serve off for the better benefit of the top 1%, the rich and elite. You won't be able to point us towards a Democratic politician who's engaged in as many and as corrupt actions as Donald Trump has, even in the last year and a half.
Okay. Yes, I know that there are both bad and good on each side. And yeah, you make a fair point.
Yes, this fair point doesn't change your mind at all.
No, I've definitely been like leaning seriously more to the middle. It's just been like definitely hard to I think I've just realized it's very hard to stop supporting what like I've believed in and like what I've been raised with for so long.
This is a pretty big revelation from you, Isabella.
Like, you've talked
And
to
I
my
mean that
mom, so
seriously.
you know how she is. So
Yeah,
like,
Isabella, your mom's insane. You know how many you know I do these 4-hour live streams 7 days a week. I'm being honest when I tell you that your mom is genuinely one of the craziest Trump supporters I've ever had on my life. And I don't mean that to because she was just straight up defending sexual exploitation. It was did you listen to the debate that I had with her?
no, because I wasn't there.
Yeah. She just ended up explicitly defending sexual exploitation. Explicitly. It was like
I
insanity.
can't really say anything about that because whenever I get drunk or something, that happens. So, and she kind of is like, you shouldn't like drink like in that environment and stuff. So I'm not really surprised.
Isabella, what?
Like, I'm not really surprised just because whenever I like go to parties, she usually says that too, like you shouldn't drink in that environment because then bad things will happen to you.
Okay, help me out here. I'm not seeing the connection between me saying
Like,
that your mom
whenever
was defending
you-
sexual
it's like
exploitation, and then you saying that your mom
Yeah.
just tells you to
Because,
be
like,
wary at parties.
For women, she'll explain that like, oh, if you're out there getting drunk around men, like, not that you're asking for it, but it's like, oh, if something bad happens, you should be aware of what's going on. You shouldn't get drunk to that point.
And like you're telling us that when you hear your mom say this, it gives off like victim blaming vibes.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
like, she's done that to me multiple times.
I,
Like,
I'm
not
sure that
surprised.
there's a way that could be said that gives off victim blaming vibes. Because like on like the surface value of the
I'm just
literal
I'm
words that
saying
you
that
just
this
used.
is what
you
has
know?
happened to me personally. She has told like
Yeah.
when something bad does happen and I drink at parties, she
Yeah.
does that. So that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
I
Like, I'm
I
not
believe you.
surprised.
No, I absolutely believe you. There's absolutely like if you're telling us the way that she said it was very victim blaming, I believe you. Listen, yeah, Isabel, I'm sorry to hear about that. I think that I think that no one has perfect parents. Some people are blessed with good parents and others have bad parents. And I think that for the most part, it's more nuanced than that black and white. And there are many attributes of our parents that we love and many attributes of our parents that we hate. But the point that I like to make is...
I just don't know, like, how to really, like, rip off that Band-Aid. Because I just don't... Like, I've seen myself depleting, like, my support for Trump and just completely just being Christian at this point. Like, not even going into politics at this point because it's so bad right now and corrupted.
Hey, being apolitical is better than being MAGA. And I
Really
honestly think...
so?
Yeah, I would rather you not care about politics than vote for
Well,
Trump
I can't do that.
because you
My
care
major
about
is
politics.
political science. My major is political science. What?
Which is why these aren't your only two options. But that first option has to be preferable to the second. I'd say the most preferable outcome here is that you maybe feel disillusioned with politics for a while because you're undergoing this major transformation of your political beliefs, of feeling very firm in your convictions on the right, and then kind of learning that you've had it wrong all along, and then being like, oh, dude, like, fuck, politics sucks. It's so complicated, and I've been wrong. Fuck politics. I don't want anything to do with it. And then after, like, you know, sitting in that for like a month or 2 months or 3 months, and then turning around and being like, oh, wait, the solution here isn't to say fuck politics, but rather the solution here is to advocate for the right politics.
No, because I've been taking like breaks from like hearing the streams and just looking at the news and everything. I've been like going a week on and off and stuff like that. So I'll be like, oh, I need a break. And then I come back and I'm like, oh.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you this, Isabella, then I'm going to move on. You said that you're struggling with ripping the Band-Aid off. Can I give you advice to help?
Yeah.
Lie to your family? Lie to anybody who you think would care about you leaving MAGA. Yeah, you can.
No, I can't. That's a sin. Like, hello?
Well, then repent after you lie.
No, I literally told you that I wanted to make lying illegal. I can't go back on that.
You did tell me that, Isabella. I thought that you were rage baiting.
I still believe that. I don't care. I could, like, stop supporting Trump, but I will believe that. Cheating illegal and that one illegal. Both.
But it's like sometimes lying is like a good thing.
Why would you say that? That's literally
because I don't think that the Nazis should have known that Anne Frank was in the attic.
I thought someone said that was fake.
It's definitely not fake. You could visit her house in Germany or Poland. Somebody could be wrong. Let me know down below. But even if it's just a hypothetical scenario, okay, well, we could still envision in this hypothetical scenario that it would be a good thing to lie to those Nazi foot soldiers. Netherlands? There we go. Thanks, guys. Amsterdam.
No, that's besides my point. Lying, illegal, and cheating, illegal. Seems like you just want to keep lying.
I just think that it's really beneficial to lie sometimes. The reason why I say that is because that's kind of what I did for a while with my family. Like when I was like a very like when I wasn't really doing these streams, but I was like definitely on the left with all my family on the right. You know, they just kind of thought because of the way that they raised me that I was on the right like I had been before. And just turning around and telling them that I was on the left all of a sudden and I disagree with them politically. In fact, what they believed in politically was gross. That would have been like really like damaging to like my position in the family. That would have been damaging to a lot of my relationships. And that would have just like set forth an exhaustive cost simply too high to like support an easier transition into my newly found political foundation of progressivism. So that's why I think that it's totally permissible to lie to your family members in many scenarios.
I just don't think it's like possible to lie to my family members. Like,
okay. Well, if they're going to play dirty, you got to play dirty. If they think it's possible to support a rapist as president and get mad because you don't, then I think you should find the backbone to find it possible to lie to them.
But, Dean, you don't
dire
understand.
times call for dire solutions.
Every time I go over there to Oklahoma, Fox is on the news. And my grandparents is home. Like, I don't think you understand. It's like...
All right. I'm going to give you a better... Since you seem to have a really big issue with lying here, I'm going to give you an even better piece of advice and move on, okay?
Okay.
You know what's even better than lying?
telling the truth.
Going to therapy. I think that you
do
need
do
therapy,
that.
Isabella. Okay.
I have therapy and psych. Like, hello?
You should talk about this with your therapist. I like to see that your mind is finally shifting. Continue to tune into the live streams. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Mike, do you support Trump?
I'm listening on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit.
You know, I have seen a very slow and gradual change in Isabella's mind over the course of the last couple of years. Year, maybe? Not years, year. She's been coming up on the live stream every so often for a while. And she's very slowly reverting out of her MAGA ways. Just like very slowly. Very, very slowly. Hey, do you support Trump?
No, but I have an uncle who does, and I...
Sorry. If that uncle's with you, feel free to hop back inside of that comment section. When I hear a no, I kick. When I hear a no, I kick. Even though I'm okay with debating family members. Yeah, feel free to hop back in that comment section. Bam! Thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. My God, Bam. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Show some love to Bam down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please do show some love to Bam. I appreciate you so much. Bam with a 50 says, you the GOAT, Dean. I appreciate you. Thank you, dude. Hell yeah. Show some love to Bam.
Oh my God, it's Dean Withers. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Dean Withers.
Let's bring it down a level.
My fault. I'm sorry about that.
You're funny. Let's go to get that. Let's go to get the next disconnect. We got card loaded into the box. Cool cars. Appreciate you for the $10 on Super Chat. Where's your message there? My responses to individuals who argue that Donald Trump is protecting the petrodollar isn't really like a counter argument in the sense that here's the evidence that they're wrong, but more so just an investigation to find their evidence because they don't have any evidence. It's just kind of like a 5D manipulation of reality chess. They think that Donald Trump is engaged in this 5D chess move, that he's protecting the petrodollar by going to war in Iran and invading Venezuela. But in all reality, if you just like really put pressure on their beliefs and you investigate why they believe what they do, their beliefs just fall to bits and pieces. Carter, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you, dude?
20.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Okay. So why do you support the guy that claimed to be God?
I came up here. Could I debate about
abortion?
Yes.
How did I know what you wanted to debate about?
Because I'm Christian.
Super true. How old are you? Wait, you said that you're 20. You know what? Let's
20.
see. I'll give you a little bit of a conversation here. Do you think that it should be illegal for victims of rape to access abortion?
I believe abortion should be illegal at all stages,
Yikes,
no matter situation.
Yeah, you're like low-key a bad person for that. I just want to let you know. Like, I'll be kind in the debate, but it is true that that does make you a bad person because that leads to rape children being forced into torture through the sense of a forced pregnancy and childbirth. It's actually like a really bad belief. It makes you, in my mind, a pretty terrible person. But let's talk about it. If you needed my bodily resources to live, maybe you need my kidney to live, and my kidney is the only kidney that could save your life. Do you think that the government should be able to force me into providing you my bodily resources?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was like,
if you need my bodily resources to live, i.e. you need my kidney, do you think that the government should be able to force me into providing you my bodily resources?
No, because that's no.
A fetus needs a woman's bodily resources to live, a rape victim's bodily resources to live. Why should the government be able to force her into providing her bodily resources to the fetus? Let me run through a couple like very typical objections to this argument. Maybe you'll say because the fetus's life is valuable and killing it would be murder. Okay, why don't we just say that same thing about me refusing to provide you my bodily resources? By making that refusal, you die and your life is valuable? That response doesn't work. So how do you deal with this issue?
Dude, I can't hear anything. Like, this is just like my, oh my God.
You heard me perfectly fine when I asked you if you were a Christian, when I asked you your age, when I asked you if you support Trump, when I predicted that you'd like to talk about abortion, when I asked you if you're okay with rape victims accessing abortion.
I just process stuff like slowly.
Okay, listen, I'll repeat it. I asked you if you need my bodily resources to live, should I be able to legally refuse you them? You said yes. So then why shouldn't rape victims be able to legally refuse their bodily resources to keep the fetus alive?
because it's a human being, but it's a human being that has no chance, if at all. So
neither do you. A, you're a human being. B, you have no chance to live if I refuse to give you my kidney. But C, you still think I should be able to legally make that refusal. And he left. Okay. Yeah, typically those debates don't last too long. Typically those debates really don't last too long. They're pretty short. They're pretty quick. They're probably the quickest, because that's the most simple argument ever. It is the most simple argument ever. Out of all the arguments that I make on a daily basis, there is no argument that takes fewer words to make than why rape victims should have legal access to abortion. It is that easy. One statement that is one sentence long, followed up by one question that is one sentence long. That's the argument that is irrefutable. Joes, do you support Trump? I'll definitely take that as a yes, because you're violently screaming the hard R, but clearly we're going to ban you for that. Remember, a lot of Trump supporters are really racist. Amber, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Megan, thank you for the $10. She says, Isabella can do what I did. I slowly disengaged while planning my move, and once I did, I was able to breathe. No love lost. Good idea. Thank you for the $10, Megan. Amy, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. And then Emma, thank you for the $25. She says, to the current guest saying that Trump raping a woman is quote-unquote in the past. I was raped almost 20 years ago, and I still have to deal with the trauma. To the people who he has affected are not quote-unquote in the past. Yeah, that trauma is very real today. That's actually a really good point to make, Emma. I apologize that good point is predicated off of your own experiences, and I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. But, that is a really good point to make, and that's exactly how I should have responded to her. Thank you for the $25. And once again, I am very sorry to hear that happened to you. Caitlin, do you support Trump?
So, I'm a little biased on it, but kind of with some of the, his tax act. But I wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
Hold on.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
November.
Okay. So what would you like to ask me, Caitlin?
So, do you support Biden?
Yeah.
So, I am not very, have a lot of knowledge on it, but, so I know a lot of people do not support, Zionism.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you were talking about you did not support Israel.
Yeah.
So is Biden supports that movement though, right?
Yes.
Okay, how do you overlook him supporting that, but supporting him?
So it's not that I overlook it, because I acknowledge that that's a decision that I disagree with. But it's more so the fact that he's less Zionist than his opponent was at the time, which was Trump.
Okay, I'm actually 18. Sorry, I did post I just graduated.
Listen, yeah, I believe that I believe your age, because you just graduated from high school. That makes sense if you're 18. So are you really a Trump supporter?
Yeah, well, okay, so
because Trump supporters like Giga Chad, like Zionists, quote unquote, if it wasn't for me, Netanyahu would be in jail for war crimes, end quote. That's what he said to Netanyahu. So it's like, okay, he's like the biggest Zionist ever. Well, I don't know. Well, Randy Fine. Randy Fine's kind of worse, but Randy Fine doesn't matter. The point is that Donald Trump is a huge fucking Zionist. So if you disagree with Zionism, if you disagree with the state of Israel, how could you possibly support Trump as president?
Okay, so there's a lot I don't agree with, like abortion, immigration, but his first term, I obviously was not old enough to vote, but I have a lot of MAGA, parents and stuff like that.
Can parents be wrong?
Yes.
Why can't yours?
Mine definitely probably are, but
okay.
Would it be true, do you think he did anything good on his first term?
I mean, I think it's kind of irrelevant to a discussion about if you support him today. I think that oftentimes Trump supporters will ask me that question as like a gauge of Dean's, I don't know, TDS, quote unquote, to see if Dean is like truly rational. But like, I just generally think it's irrelevant to you describing why you support Trump as president. And the goal of this live stream is to hear you out for why you're MAGA and to debunk the reasons that you grant. So can you give a reason why you think that you might support Trump?
Well, that's good. Just the tax cuts, it seems good, but I really do want you to change my mind on how it wasn't.
Sure.
The Zionism, I was just asking about that because I don't have a lot of knowledge on that, but I know you don't support it, and the whole, like, Biden did, and I was just seeing how you overlooked that.
Okay, listen, I'll give you a response about the tax cuts and then I'll move on. So they're really bad. They reduce the purchasing power of the average American while also taking healthcare away from millions and food stamps away from millions. There's a center of research. It is called the CBPP. That is a Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. They did a study on his big, beautiful bill. They first concluded that it's A, the most expensive piece of legislation ever, and as I already said, B, reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, and then taking healthcare away, food stamps away, and then giving a bunch of money back to the top 1%. So I'd look into that. I appreciate you for coming up. Thanks so much for the question, and hope you take care. Trump will set us free. What a name. Wow. Do you support Trump?
How's it hanging, puss?
Listen, bro. You need
Seems
to calm
like you
the fuck
reposted
down.
my shit.
No, that
Got
wasn't
a lot of Hollywood attention off that, didn't you?
Nah, bro. You need to calm the fuck down. Do we have an issue here? Do we have a fucking problem? Puss.
Oh, I think we do, puss.
Oh, really? Yeah, what the fuck is our problem? Why don't you go ahead and explain it to me like I'm 5? Because you could only explain things to me like you're 5 because you act like you're 5.
Yeah, I fucking do. If you hate Trump so much, why the fuck are you trying to copy his haircut?
Hey, bro.
And by the way,
dude, what? No. All right, I know. No. You shut the fuck up. You sit down, Kyler. Okay? Class of 09, head ass looking ass.
You
dude.
loved
Get the
that,
fuck out
didn't
of
you?
here. Get the fuck out of here, Kyler. No, listen. He has a comb
You love
over.
that shit.
This is not a comb over. This is a middle part. Dingus.
Buddy, you what gives you the right to talk to me about mediocrity when you look like a dead body extra on The Walking Dead? Are you kidding me? Like, dude, I'm about to get another bloody nose, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, what gives me the right to talk to you about mediocrity was that you just said, what gives you the right to talk about mediocrity? Mediocrity, sorry. Maybe learn how to pronounce fucking words first before you try to make a diss.
Buddy.
And you just said that I look like a body double on The Walking Dead?
No, you look like a dead body puppet that they would use it as an extra on The
Walking Dead. Yeah, is that
Dead.
because every time you see me on your screen, I scare the fuck out of you? Because you know I'm right and I could prove you wrong? Is that why you're making making an analogy that I look like a dead body on The Walking Dead? I get that I'm scary, and I'm supposed to be scary. I'm supposed to scare the shit out of you.
Does The Walking Dead scare little Deanie?
Only when I was a kid! Only when I was a kid, dude. Come on. Come on, dude. Who wasn't? Who wasn't scared by The Walking Dead when they were like 7?
Dude, you're younger than Fortnite.
No, I'm not younger than Fortnite. Shut up.
All right, buddy. I love you. Have a good one.
No, you weren't supposed to give up the bit. You were supposed to give up the bit. Let's go to get the next guest in here. You guys pretty funny. All right, guys. We're going to go get the next guest connected.
We are...
Damn, ruined it first line, and that's wild. Puss. God. There's just something so innately Republican about calling somebody a puss. There's something so like innately to the bone. Like that's more Republican than shooting a fully automatic long rifle while drinking a beer. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of that key if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be here to debate, I'd really appreciate that. Dude, low-key, listen, my comeback game was pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. Cringe myself out there. I try my best. Sometimes I'm corny. Hey, man, at least I know it. At least I know that sometimes I'm pretty fucking corny. At least I know it. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go. We got a couple people loading up here. Hopefully one of them will be a Trump supporter. Gabrielle, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
30.
Why do you happen to support the worst president of your life? Puss.
Well, I just believe.
I'm not going to actually call people that.
Why are you being disrespectful to me, man? I'm trying to be respectful to you, and you're really disrespecting me.
Hey, listen, it was a joke. I'm not actually
I'm trying to be nice to you. I'm trying to respect
you. Dude, it was a joke. I'm sorry. It's just still on my mind.
Can you say sorry at least?
No, I'll just fucking say I'm sorry. I don't need to say it all fucking professionally like we're in a work setting in front of the CEO here.
My fault.
Yeah.
Well, I just think that he was an amazing president. He bleeds red, white, and blue. He's a crazy, amazing man, but he always is right and is conscious about everything.
Are you being serious? Is this troll? Yeah. You're trolling. Get off my live, dude.
My fault.
Get off my live, bro. Get off my live. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I really appreciate it so much. You can follow the rules of the live stream, please, and thank you. Hi, how old are you?
Old enough to know that you're full of bullshit.
Okay, and that'd be how old?
I'm 40.
What year were you born in?
I'm 40 years old, bro.
I know, but what year were you born in? The fact that you can't say a birth date indicates you might be underage.
I don't really want to give my birth date out.
So that tells me that you're lying,
You've already
dude.
had all of your haters come to my page. I don't want to give any more information.
I'm just asking for the year that you were born in, dude.
No, I don't need. Dude, I'm 40 years old. You know damn well I am. Okay.
I think that you're definitely 15. Because if you were actually 40, then you'd be able to tell us what year you were born in.
What is this?
I mean, yeah, if you were actually 40, if you weren't lying about your age, then you'd be able to tell us what year you were born in. Clearly, the fact that you can't tell us what year you were born in indicates to us that you are lying about your age. Therefore, you're likely a minor.
You want my birth date and my social security number?
I just want to know what year you were born in so we could verify that you're 40 years old, so you're not secretly under the age of 18.
Do you think I'm over? No, you want to use it as a dig because you're a disrespectful punk.
Dude, no, I just need to confirm that you're actually over the age of 18. So far, we don't have confirmation that you're not a fucking minor. For all I know, you're a fucking fetus. You're a goddamn baby.
Do I need to turn my camera on?
I just want to know what year you were born in so we can verify your age.
Oh my god, dude.
Can you please tell us what year you were born in?
Yeah, I was born in 1987.
Okay. All right, what month?
What month? Month of September.
September. Okay, so it's September. Okay. Listen, man. Listen. So you did give like an adequate age with the right birthday, but I still don't know if I believe you just because your voice sounds.
You
a
know,
little
Dean,
high.
let
me just ask you a couple questions. So if you're driving on a public roadway and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line in the middle of the roadway, and you're on the side of the dotted yellow line, what does this mean for you as a driver? I typically ask this question. Like I ask this question to people who like, you know. Also, wait, that's 39. Well, you said September of 1986. You're 39.
Answer the question again.
This guy's definitely a fucking kid, dude. That's a joke. We're just fucking with him. We'll max his cortisol. Liam's blacklisted from the laughs, but if I have an opportunity to make him stress out.
Are you a trans testicle?
Whoa, that's an old reference. You said 87? Yeah. Dude, that's kind of crazy. He doesn't even know his own birth date. That's wild. Oh, wait, yeah, not 86. 87. 39. Let's go to get that next guest connected. No, we're just cortisol maxing Lamb. He's black. So that last guy, for those that don't know the lore, he's blacklisted from the stream and he knows it. So I thought I'd just stress him out at least. He's been in my queue all day long, so I thought that I'd stress him out. Hey, do you support Trump?
I mean, so I'm eating pizza right now. I kind of do.
Alright, bro, you're a kid, dude. Hop out. Got the next guest, Daniel, connecting. Here we go. Dude,
we are Charlie Kirk.
Actually painful, dude. Actually painful, bro. Like, dude, please stop. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. I like watching your clips. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, thanks, man. Did you guys see that fucking sick-ass edit that this TikTok account named Sorcha made? It was about me. So I reposted it before I went live because I literally thought that it was like the coolest shit ever. And I just checked it, and it's now at 500,000 likes in 6 hours. And that is totally fucking deserved. Because, I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. Y'all want to see it, actually? Should I pull it? It's like 12 seconds long. I'm just, like, really impressed with the editing that went into it. Let me show you. For everybody who hasn't seen it, let me show you. And for all the people in the comment section that are bound to say, Dean, bro, you're cheesing. Dude, I am cheesing. It's sick. It's so cool.
Congratulations.
Let me show you all this shit. By the way, no AI went into the creation of this video. This had to take so fucking long to make. Let me show you all this. Then we'll hop back into the debates. I just think it's so fucking cool.
Congratulations.
For those that don't know, this right here is me like 3 years ago when I did my first surrounded appearance. And I just did a second surrounded appearance. Well, I mean, like 1 week ago. I'm sure that you guys know about that.
Congratulations, you're moving to the next level. Your next opponent is you.
Bro, how? Dude, how?
Congratulations.
I don't know, dude. I thought it was pretty impressive. I thought it was pretty cool. I had no clue how she did it. Well, I mean, I guess I do. I mean, you know, you just kind of go frame by fucking frame. She went frame by frame and cut me out, and then was very selective with these specific clips to make it look like we were... It's so cool, bro. Good for her. Good for you, Sorcha. If you happen to be in here. It was a good clip. It was good at it. I thought it was pretty tough.
Dean, my birthday's soon. I'm so sorry, but I love you so much.
I hate to ban you before your birthday. I'm just kidding. Happy early birthday. I won't ban you. I'm in a good mood. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Hey, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Nope. We are not Charlie Kirk. We are a fetus in our mom's uterus. Holy fucking shit, dude. Calling in all the way from the 3rd grade classroom. And that's a stretch. They're just there to grab some supplies from the fucking kindergarten classroom on the hall pass. Probably feels like a boss doing it too, dude. I remember I did. Remember when your teachers in elementary school would send you to like the middle school classrooms to grab something and you'd feel like the fucking boss? I remember that. Let's gonna get that next guest connected. Guys, please do follow the rules. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you. We are just looking for some debates. Please, for the love of God, do follow the rules. For the love of God. Hey, Ty, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I do. 18.
All right.
If you don't believe me, I can
Oh, man, I believe you. Don't worry about you. That last guest, Liam, I was just fucking with him. Don't worry. Go ahead. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Q go first. Like, I don't really, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think you should go.
The ball's in your court, dude. I'm just asking you. Why do you think that Trump is a good president?
I feel like I like his policies. Yeah, his policies are nice.
Okay, sure. Which ones?
I think his abortion policies are pretty cool, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Why, man?
Because it's like, I'm pro-life, so I just
Okay, so you think that abortion should be banned?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to put you through the ringer. Do you think that they should be banned in circumstances of rape?
Dean, there's something in my eyes. Dean, there's something in my eyes. Oh my God, Dean.
Guys! Moving on to the next guest. We may be pissed out of luck, folks. We may be, I think that we might be back to square one. We might be back to square one, everybody. Where for the first hour and a half of the live stream, it was just troll after troll after troll. Holy cow. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. You know, we're actually over 4 hours, so we're probably going to end here soon. So if you guys want to see one more debate, stop trolling. Like, it's actually an ultimatum.
Reply to me on the DM 6767676.
What? What? It's gonna get to know what? It's gonna get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please. Looking for debates. Looking for debates. Who's next? We got Liza loading up. Somebody says piano.
Hi.
What do you guys want to hear? Hey, age.
18.
I don't believe you. Sorry.
Why not?
It doesn't sound like you've hit puberty yet. Let's go to get the next guest up here. We got Ethan loading into the box. Hello, do you support Trump?
We are Dean Withers.
A lot closer this time. That guy came up here like 2 hours ago and he was just way off. He was way fucking off with this little toothpick string instrument. A lot closer now. Let's see.
1v1 me and Wizard 101 right now. 1v1 me and Wizard 101. Do it, I dare you.
Level in
1v1
school,
me
please.
right now.
Level in school, please.
What?
You sold, bro. You sold. There. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Alright, bro. These are literally all trolls. Here's a little jazz piano. I'm always playing jazz, dude. I fucking love jazz. Oh, I need a better tone than that. Whoa! I sold. 1 second. Let me get that wind up again. What about some other shit? What about some Un Suspiro by Liz? I like lists. I like a lot of classical compositions. I used to jam out to classical compositions, even when I was like at the gym, dude. Listen to some.
I
fucking-
hate Trump.
Yeah, bro. We literally only have trolls in the queue. I don't even know what to do anymore. Song was that? That was called Un Suspiro by Lis, a classical composer. Only up inside of the queue if you are here to debate. Thank you. Do follow the rules. Holy shit. A lot of people are saying Piano Man. I only know the intro to Piano Man. And then I just send that straight into like my jazz improv. I don't know the full song. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 16.
All right, bro.
Fuck.
Feel like he's about to scream a slur. We might be done with the debates for the day. I don't know. Let me thank a couple people here. I appreciate you for the $5, Katie. I would, but I'm probably about to get off. Panther, thank you for the epic pianist. Whoa, what a gift. Sarah, thank you for the $3. Serena with the $10 says, been on my grind with Wizard 101. Need to know what school and level you are. I'm like level 54 death school. I don't know. I haven't been grinding too hard. Chris, thank you for the $13 saying you've beaten them all apparently because we can't find any MAGA. Z, thank you for the $10 who says, I love you, Sorcha. I bet she got that message. She's probably watching. She's always watching. Christine, thank you for the $25 who says, thank you for doing what you do. Your lives raised my blood pressure, but you're doing the good work. We need more people like you trying to educate and change minds. Hope I see you running for office one day. I don't know about running for office, but what I do know is that I'm very grateful for you and your incredibly kind words. Please show some love to Christine in that chat for the $25. Same thing to you, Jay. Thank you so much for the $125 donation on Venmo. That is Jay. Genuinely, thank you so much. You are the coolest person ever. Jay with a $125 says, there is so much self-inflicted pain in this world. You're short. Quote unquote, being gay is unnatural. Dean, your words and soft tone of my voice playing against the other side's heartbreaking anguish moved me to tears. As I said before, it is a privilege to support a heart such as yours. Jay, you've been so kind to me in Park Group over the course of the last year and a half that you've been watching and supporting the streams. As always, I've all the love in the world to you, and thank you so much for the $125. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Chris. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. I'll have to check it out. And then Grace, thank you for the $10 as well. We're all caught up on Venmo. On Super Chat, thank you for the $20. Zombie, I appreciate you so much. Zombie, don't do it. Don't do it, Zombie. Chelsea with the Chubbs with the $10 says, y'all the trolls are insane. Let Dean have his debates. Dude, you should have seen it earlier. Fam Cam, thank you so much for the $50 donation on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, took me 11 fucking days to finish watching your Jubilee episode because of how insufferable the people that you're debating were. It was like watching 20 clones of my ex, who is the number one reason I got into therapy and ASMR to get my sanity back. You're the goat. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, Fam Cam. Thank you so much for the $50. Please show some love to Fam Cam down below in that comment section. Riley, thank you for the $15. Who says, thank you for healing my soul while I'm on vacation with my Republican family. Oh, Riley, you're awesome. Thank you for the $15, and I hope that you have a nice vacation, even if it is with a Republican family. Nishi, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Nishi with the $50 says, you've been cooking lately and haven't donated in a while. Love your work. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you, and I'll make sure to check that out. Thank you so much for the $50, Nishi. Show some love to Nishi. And Miss Ann, what? Dude, Ann, thank you so much for the $200 on PayPal. I genuinely don't know why you guys have been unbelievably kind today. Thank you so much for the $200, Ann. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Show some love to Ann, who says, sending lots of love from Quebec City. I hope that you will learn a foreign language in the future, maybe French. And you know it. I would love to. In fact, I want to learn Spanish. I really want to learn Spanish. Thank you so much for the $200. As always, you pop in here every so often. You show some major love, and I'm always so grateful for you. As per usual, Anne, you are the GOAT, and I'm very, very grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for the another Anne, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. And I'm so happy to hear that you've been clean for that long. That's awesome. Jacob, thank you so much for the $10. Then Zachariah, thank you for the $10. And with all that being said, I think that we are caught up. I think that this is the last one. Miss Bree. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. That is insane. Thank you, Bree, who says, when Georgia said that a situation... Oh, I already did thank you earlier, Bree. But I guess I'm thanking you again. Shout out to BreeX2. Well, with all that being said, we are caught up. I did see a couple people in the comment section requesting Runaway by Kanye West on the keys before I head out. So I'll do that. I'll hit Runaway, then I'm going to dip. Runaway song, but anymore it's just the intro. I'll do one more. I heard somebody request Je le Tejermat or whatever it's pronounced. So I just thought I'd take the chords and improv off of them. And that was pretty. But the way like those chords are supposed to be structured in like the actual song is this. I don't know. It's a lot of fun. I could play all day. I think I sat down and played for like 2 hours last week, and it just went by in the snap of an eye. Snap of an eye? Whoa. That's not English. I guess I'm tired, so I'm probably going to hop off. Folks, I appreciate everyone so much for all the love and support tonight. I am off for the evening. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. It's totally free. We do these streams every day. Also, drop a sub on YouTube if you haven't already. For everybody on TikTok, peace, love, good night, and goodbye. For everybody on YouTube, I'm actually not going to end yet because I did see a couple donos. Thank you so much for the $20, Neo, who says, in Pennsylvania, ICE agents rush the driver's window with his gun drawn. The agent recklessly waves his gun around and appears to order the driver to roll down the window, then fires into the vehicle. Well, that sounds like a description of what happened to Renee Good. Did that happen again? Oh my God. I'll take a look into that. Thank you, Neo. And then Livy, thank you so much for the 100 Australian dollars, who says, wow. Hey, Dean. Livy again. Could you play Atlantic by Sleep Token? Unfortunately, I don't know the song, or I would. So I'm really sorry that I can't fulfill your $100 request, but just know that I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And then same thing to Angelina with the 28 Canadian dollars. She says, your piano is genuinely the most beautiful thing I've heard. I'd love to hear more another time. As always, much love. Well, thank you. I'm always trying to get better. But honestly, I feel like I've really hit a wall recently because I just don't play enough. You have to play a lot to really get good. And then Microbe, thank you for another $50 who says, that is insane. Thank you, Microbe. Who says, a very good night to you in the community here. Don't stop. You're blowing the dust off the top soil. Or a much needed wildfire to provide some intellectual growth for the collective. Keep burning. You know, I've been thinking a lot recently, Microbe, about what my goals are and what I do. And I'm pretty sure that my end goal is just to get more people thinking specifically in a critical fashion, and then in turn more people involved. Like, I'm pretty sure that the underlying hypothesis to all the work is that inevitably we the people do have control. You know, we spend our time thinking about and talking about the system that controls us. The rich and the elite that govern over us. But ultimately, we do live in a republic and we do vote for those politicians. But the reason why the system exists, the establishment exists that hurts us so badly, is because the establishment knows that not enough of us will get involved to ever do anything about it. But if we did, if enough people got involved, our conditions could be better in November, in 2028, to such an incredible extent, which is why we do this. I'm going to get off. Peace, love.